available for NEDA's proposal to increase a fuel subsidy for PUVs from 2.5 billion pesos to 5 billion and for agri workers from 500 million to 1.1 billion. Where will the additional budget be sourced?
Yeah, opo. Yung pong unang tranche, meron na po yan, nakalagay po kasi sa GAA natin yan, yung initial na 2.5 billion at saka yung pong 500 million. Yung pong additional, ang tingin namin is hintayin muna natin na magiging tax collection itong March kasi alam niyo po naman na kapag magkakaroon ng excess revenues from the program, ito po ay may magagamit natin sa pag-fund ng tinatawag nating mga unprogrammed na appropriations. So ang tingin naman po natin is malamang po magkakaroon din ng excess collection, dito po natin kukuhanin.
Opo.
Salamat.
Follow-up mula po kay Evelyn Quiros ng Filipino Mirror for Yusek Rose. Can you give us the basis daw po for increasing the fuel subsidy budget? What measures are in place para po makatiyak na makakarating ang ayuda sa mga kinakaukulan?
Yung pong sa mga, doon muna po sa pangalawang sagot, pangalawang tanong, yung pong DOTR, this is not the first time that they will be doing this, no? Yung pong Pantawid Pasada program natin, medyo matagal-tagal na rin po to. Ano na pong mga cash cards ang ating mga franchise holders sa mga pampublikong sasakyan. So, ganun din po ang gagawin nila. Doon nila i-transfer. Tapos, ang pagkakaalam ko po, doon sa card, nandun po yung pangalan, yung plate number mismo ng sasakyan. Hindi po pwedeng gamitin yan for your personal vehicle. So ganun po yung mekanismo. Now, tungkol naman po doon sa paano to na determine, no? Meron po kaming mga assumptions po tungkol sa magkano yung expected na increase, and then ano po yung kailangan para hindi masyadong sisipa yung ating inflation. So yun po. Pero of course, kailangan po itong i-update, no? Depende sa galaw din ng presyuhan sa merkado.
Opo. Clarification lang po, no, yung tanong po about NEDA's proposal to increase fuel subsidy for PUVs ay mula po kay Lanes Capanti ng GMA News. Ang susunod pong tanong pa rin ni Evelyn Quiros ng Filipino Mirror for Secretary Martin. Why is there no action yet on calls to suspend excise tax on oil, and why is it the President calling for a special session so Congress can discuss amendments to the law?
Tingin po namin parang may sequence naman po ito. No? Una sa lahat is yung kaninang nabanggit namin about yung pag-extend ng effectivity ng ating mga MFN rates. So ito po, again, may mga, kumbaga, merong mga action na requiring only executive approval. Ito po yung mas madaling gawin talaga.
Must have travel insurance with COVID coverage of $35,000 when entering the Philippines, or are they not required to have that? Yes, he must have travel insurance. A foreign spouse of a Filipino citizen traveling to the Philippines must obtain, prior to arrival, a travel insurance of COVID-19 treatment costs from reputed insurers with a minimum coverage of $35,000 for the duration of their stay in the Philippines.
Thank you, Sec. Martin. Tanong po mula kay, yung susunod pong tanong ni Evelyn, nasagot niyo na rin po na meron ng appointment ng CSC and COMELEC commissioners. From Evelyn Quiros ng Filipino Mirror pa rin, Yusek Rose, There is a looming sugar shortage in the country. Has NEDA formulated concrete measures to address the matter?
Actually po, ang Sugar Regulatory Administration po ang gumawa ng meron na po silang proposal na binanggit na pinresent sa economic cluster. Sinuportahan po yun ng economic cluster. Ang isang proposal nga po is i-allow yung mga industrial users na makapag-import na to ng sugar based on a ratio of 1:1. So parang 50% ng kanilang requirement is i-source nila domestically, 50% ang importation. So balit meron po kasing meron pong naglabas na temporary suspension nitong order na to. So kailangan mo po muna na ma-resolve po yung mga court na orders na to.
From Margot Gonzales ng SMNI News, ano po ang masasabi ng Malacanang sa pagbibigay ng COMELEC ng parusa sa mga kandidato na hindi makakalahok ng COMELEC debates? Isa po sa mga hindi pupunta ay si Presidential Daughter Inday Zara.
Alam mo, itong COMELEC, again, they are quasi independent judicial body, and they decide for their own commission. Kung ano man ang kanilang desisyon, it is really up to them. At hindi naman para makialam ang palasyo or any other agency or department of this government.
Tanong naman po mula kay MJ Blanca Flor ng Daily Tribune. Meron na po bang bagong cabinet secretary at IATF co-person? Same question po yan ni Daphne Gonzales, Danisa Fernandez ng Inquirer, at tanong din po yan ni Joe Montemayor.
Wala pa pong naibibigay sa aking listahan o mga pangalan kung meron bang bagong cabinet secretary o kung merong bagong co-chair ng IATF.
Pero clarification po ni Joe Montemayor, si Secretary Andaner na din ba ang new IATF spokesman at acting presidential spokesman po or permanent spokesman? Magkakaroon din po ba ulit? Sino po daw ang head ng task force hunger?
I am the acting presidential spokesperson. My deputy spokesperson is Attorney Chris Ablan, my undersecretary sa PCOO. Both of us will be helping each other, tag team. Kung sino po o kung sinong tutuloy ng hunger task force on hunger ay hindi ko po alam. We will see in the next few days kung ano po ang magiging desisyon ni Pangulong Duterte at kung ano po magiging atas ni Executive Secretary Medialdea.
Opo. Sunod po tanong pa rin ni MJ Blanca Flor, may timetable po ba kung kailan mag-shift nationwide sa Alert Level 1 as recommended by NEDA? Secretary Martin.
Abangan po natin yan sa Thursday, MJ. Ito na may pinag-uusapan every week ng IATF. Antayin natin kung anong magiging pasya ng grupo, ng body ng IATF.
Opo. From Tuesday noon ng DCBB, Secretary Martin, please confirm na urong daw ang ASEAN Summit sa April. Dadalo po ba si Pangulong Duterte dito?
As I said earlier, it's been discussed in a huddle last night. I will defer to the Department of Foreign Affairs kung ano po ang magiging pahayag na opisyal ng ating pamahalaan.
Pahabol na tanong ni Tuesday New, may bagong appointment si Pangulong Duterte kay Bucor Director General Gerald Bantag. Bakit need i-reappoint? Hanggang kailan ba dapat ang unang appointment ni Bantag sa Bucor?
Let me get back to you on that. I'll send you a private message. I'll figure out, I'll find out kung ano yung storya sa likod ng tanong ni Tuesday.
Opo, meron lang pong follow-up si Kylie Atienza. is the President also willing to declare a state of economic emergency to allow daw po LGUs to tap their calamity funds to address the impact of rising fuel prices?
Ayokong pangunahan ng ating mahal na Pangulo ang tamang ahensya o departamento na dapat ay magbigay ng rekomendasyon ay ang Department of Energy. So antahin po natin kung anong magiging takbo ng panahon dulot ng gulo dyan sa Ukraine at Russia.
Opo, pahabol na tanong ni Ace Romero ng Philippine Star. Secretary Martin, will you serve as presidential spokesman until the end of the president's term, or you will be acting spokesman?
Right now, I am acting and I serve at the pleasure of the President. Kung ano man ang atas sa atin ni Pangulong Duterte ay gawin natin because we signed up for this job. Kung anong utos, sundin lang natin. But it's an honor to serve the President in his remaining days in office.
Thank you, Secretary Martin. Thank you, Yusek Rose. Thank you, MPC.
Thank you so much, Yusek Rocky Ignacio. Salamat kay Undersecretary Rosemary De Leon, NEDA, kay Mela Las Moras, kina Ivan Mayrina, kina MJ Blancaflor, the entire Malacanang press corps. Salamat. It's good to see you again. At dito po nagtatapos ang ating kauna-unang press briefing bilang acting spokesperson ng Palasyo. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa aking immediate predecessor na si former presidential spokesperson and now chairman of the Civil Service Commission, Carlo Nograles, sa kanyang naging epektibong papel na tagapagsalita ng Pangulo at IATF. He became the voice of calm and reason during this challenging time as we vow to continue the good work of Chairman Nograles. Congratulations, Sec. Carlo. Nais ko rin pong ipakilala muli ang aking deputy spokesperson, si PCO Undersecretary Chris Ablan. Chris, would you like to join me here? At another Ilocano. Huwag niyo pong kalimutan i-follow ang PCO social media pages at PCO affiliated pages. See you again in our next briefing. Stay safe and healthy, everyone. Tandaan po, basta't laging handa at sama-sama, kaya natin ito. Kaya natin ang anumang pagsubok. God bless the Philippines.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Ako po si Janice Bahar Aransado, isang Mangyan Iraya Weavers. Ang pinagkakitaan ko po yung basket namin, yung ginagawa po namin. Yung umpisa po namin paggagawa, nanay ko po nagagawa na din po siya. Kami po tinuruan na din po akong magawa niya. Ako po yung nagawa ako po 14 years old pa. Nagagawa na po ako na nagsisimula. Siyempre kung ano po yung ginagawa ng nanay, yung po ang una ding matututunan ng anak ko.
Sumasapat po yun sa pang-araw-araw po na gastusin po sa bahay.
Minsan hindi rin po. Naku, mahirap po. Talagang mahirap po.
Paano po tumatakbo yung isang araw?
Ay, naku po, minsan po Minsan po talaga po sasabihin, minsan hindi na ako makain. Pag minsan naman, pag may kinita, kumakain pa rin po naman. Gawa nga po kahit mahirap yung gawain namin ng mga gayon, kami po yung nagtsatsaga po nagagawa.
Kapag halimbawa pong wala pong gawa po ng mga produktong Iraya po, ano pong pinagkakakitaan?
Yung pong kopra.
Kayo pong mag-asawa po yung...
Oo, pag minsan po.
Magkano po yung inaabot po ng kita po na doon?
Ay, minsan nga po, wala na po, kulang pa po sa mga kinakain. Lalo po ngayon, mahal po ang mga bilihin. Pag kunti lang po ang kopra, siyempre, kulang pa po sa, pag malaki-laking pamilya, siyempre, kulang po.
Ako po si Sharon Abdon, owner ng Sinil D Souvenir Shop.
Paano niyo po i-describe yung characteristics po ng
Ang Iraya Mangyans po, sila po ay yung mga masisipag, determinado. Tapos mahiyain, timid, sobrang mahiyain po sila magipag-usap. At tapos sa school, konti lang sa kanila nakakatapos. Yung pagkain nila, minsan ay walang rice sa isang linggo. Dahil ngayong pandemya, po. Tapos pag walang trabaho, yung saging, yung kamote, balingho, yung kamoting kahoy, tsaka yung mga gulay-gulay, yun ang pagkain nila. Nag-start po kami ma-meet sila. Mag-mission po kami. Nag-mission po kami sa community nila at ang aming pinapangaral talaga salita ng Diyos para sa kanila na makilala nila ang Panginoon. At ang blessing po, binigyan niya kami ng negosyo para doon. Sila po ay sobrang mahiyain, hindi sila nakikipag-usap, nakatalikod. Pag wala silang kasamang katribo nila, hindi ka kakausapin. Minsan malayo pa lang, maraming tao yung community na pagdating mo doon, wala na sila. Nagtatago na sa mga bahay-bahay, ganun sila kamahiyain. Pero sa biyaya ng Panginoon, na-cope up naman nila yung iba pa lang, yung iba. Na-cope up na nila yun, na nakikipag-usap na sila. Siguro sa pagmamahal sa Panginoon, sa pagmamahal sa kanila. Kasi yung kampo talaga namin, yung puso, ay ma-reach out po sila, ma-reach out. Ayun ang aming nakamulatan. Dahil yung asawa ko kasi, lumaki siya kasama yung mga katutubo. Lumaki siya, kaya napamahal sa kanya ay mga katutubo.
Sa nalalapit na isa na namang makasaysayang halalan, nakabantay ang buong liga ng PTV. Mula Luzon, Visayas, at Mindanao. Masusing maghahatid ng mga balita at kaganapan. Pakikinggan ang boses ng bayan, mapatelebisyon hanggang online. Kasama ang mga dekalibre at mapagkakatiwalaang tagapagbalita ng PTV News. Abangan ang pinakamalawak at pinakakomprehensibong pag-uulat sa hatol ng bayan. Dito sa PTV Election TV. Narito ang gabay para sa COVID-19 Alert Level System na ipatutupad para mapigilan ang paglaganap ng COVID-19. Sa ilalim ng Alert Level 1, ang lahat ng pribadong tanggapan at opisina ay maaaring mag-operate hanggang 100% full capacity, pero pwedeng patuloy na magbigay ng alternative work arrangement para sa mga empleyado. Ang mga ahensya at sangay ng pamahalaan ay mag-ooperate din ng hanggang 100% on-site capacity. Ang anumang off-site work ay dapat sumunod sa mga regulasyon ng Civil Service Commission at ng Office of the President. Papayagan ang full seating capacity sa lahat ng uri ng pampublikong transportasyon. At hindi na ire-require ang paggamit ng acrylic divider sa mga sasakyan, pati na ang S-Pass para sa interzonal travel sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 1. Hindi na rin kailangan gumamit ng mga contact tracing o health declaration form sa mga establishmento, pero maaaring gamitin ang staysafe.ph app para sa digital contact tracing. Basta't sama-sama at laging handa, kaya natin to!
Inilabas ng palasyo ang permadong Republic Act No. 11648 na nagtataas ng age of sexual consent para sa statutory rape na mula 12 anyos, ito ay ginawang 16 anyos. The United Nations Children's Fund o UNICEF has congratulated the Philippine government for this milestone as it fulfills the children's right to protection.
Ang Synergy Souvenir Shop po ay nag-start siya noong April 17, 2017. Yung trademark niya po ay gawa Iraya dahil ang aming mga weavers ay lahat po ay mga Iraya Mangyans. Ito po ay nag-start yung burden namin mag-asawa nang makita namin na may potensyal yung mga gawa nila na handicraft upang maipakilala, ma-market ng maayos.
Paano po nagsimula yun? Nakita niyo po yung potential?
Nag-start po siya ng CDTI po ay na may training. So may pa-training siya. Tinausap po yung staff na kung pwede ba mapasama yung products namin dyan. Na sabi nila, patingin po ma'am. Titingnan namin. Yung makita nila, okay daw. Ayun po, napasama po na agad nila sa KMME, Mentor Me. First batch po ako. Mula nang mamit ko si DTI, isang pamilya lang na pag may bisita kami, yung gawa nila, nagdadala ang isang pamilya ng magawa nila, binibili naman ng aming mga bisita. Ayun po. Ngayon po, sa biyaya ng Panginoon ay dumami na po sila. 90 mahigit na po silang weavers namin na sa 4 communities na mga nanay po sila. Actually po mga member lang namin sila sa church. Kaya nung time kasing yun, meron din namimili sa kanila, naangkat. Kaso nga lang po yung bayad after a month, after 2 months. Minsan hindi na nabalik yung nakuha sa kanila para bayaran sila. Kaya sabi ng friend ko, ba't hindi nila ko mag-market ng kanilang gawa? Dahil nasa inyo naman palagi sila, kilala mo sila. Ayun po yung nagkuhan sa amin, nag-motivate sa akin na, oo nga naman kaya ayun po, nag-training po ako sa detail ng mga para sa business, kung paano i-handle. Yun po, kinausap ko sila, sabi ko ako na lang magmamarket ng kanilang mga products. Ako yung mahilig sa handicraft, pero yung kanila ay kakaiba, hindi ko siya magawa. Mahirap. Nag-try din naman po ako gawin siya. Dahil kailangan sa mga demo nga po. Ay mahirap po talaga siya kasama po. Siya po ay unique. Kakaiba po siya na talento na binigay ng Panginoon sa kanila. Na sila lang po ang marunong sa lahat ng tribes, ng 7 tribes ng Mangyans. Yung Iraya lang po ang marunong ng handicraft na ito. Na ito po ay gawa sa nito, baging, na makukuha lang nila sa kanilang likod bahay, yung mga raw materials.
Kung ba kahirap po yung paggawa po ng isang produkto?
Mahirap talaga po. Mahirap talaga po.
Paano po yung proseso po?
Ang proseso po paggagawa, hanapin mo po sa yung panggawa, kukuhanin mo po sa gubat, tapos asa mo po pa ng yung balat at tapos tutuyuin pa po sa araw. Ngayon po, pag natuyo, yun, saka po siya gagawain pa. Pag po lahat po, yung halimbawa kami po gagawa, siyempre maghapon na ho kami, mga 100 piraso maghapon.
Tapos po, sa nakukuha niyo pong parang sanga po ba yun or tangkay, may tinatapon po ba dyan o lahat po nagagamit?
Meron din po tinatapon. Hindi po lahat siya nagagamit. Kasi pag dumami po yung garto, yung sanga niyang kwan, hindi na po,
Yan pong baging naman po, para po sa saan po?
ito nga po yung ginagawang mga basket, yung mga post po. Ito yung paglalalahan. Pag tinutuyo po ito ay maganda po lamang po.
Gano'n po katagal para pwede na po siyang i-hobby?
Mga 2 araw po pag yung ako ng init, magandang init. Mga 3 araw ganyan po. Pag yun naman po yung malalaking bagin, meron po mga 5 araw. Ito po nito. Ay, ang ganda. Akin na po. Ang bakit ang aming
din doon, no?
Mababa ito ng ba?
Antay mo ito.
So pagkatapos nyo pong kumuha po ng mga gamit po sa taas po, ano na pong next pong nagawin po?
Ito po, pagkatapos na po ng mga materials na ito na po yung yung amin po na nagagawa mula po dito.
Gaano katagal pong araw para bago po matuloy yung mga fresh materials po?
Ito po ay bali pag po yung mainit, isang araw lang po. Tapos ito lang po yung matagal-tagal na matuyo. Ito po malalaki, mga 5 araw po hanggang 1 linggo pag po maulan. Tapos po ito mga 2 araw pag mainit. Ito po, ito maliliit na po. Ito po malalaki na ito, ang pag po ito na to, yung po malalaking po na nagagawa dito. Tapos po ito maliliit po.
Pag halimbawa po may mga design, mas mahirap po bang gawin po?
Biglaan din po, halimbawa po yung meron po nag-order na kailangan halimbawa po ito, ilan po ito? 6. Kailangan po pag nagawa kayo, 6 din po ang Tapos pag po yung medyo maliit na hindi sumapat, kailangan po talaga yung complete yung bilang nila.
Pero ang presyo po niyan, pares lang din.
Pag po siya yung hindi nga lang. Tapos po nito, ito na po ang kinalabasan. Ito na po, yari na po siya. Ito po ang pag po nag-uumpisa, ito po. Tapos po pag nakayangat na ito po ang...
Mga ilang oras po itong tinatagal po yung ganyan po kalaki?
Ito po ay baka 2 oras. Hanggang 3. Ay, okay na. Tapos na. Ilang piraso natin nagawa mo?
Ngayon naman po, ipapakita ko sa inyo yung mga iba't ibang klase na ginagawa ng aming mga Iraya Mangyan weavers. Mayroon po kaming hot pads na 8 inches po siya na pwede patungan yung mga kaldero. Pwede rin po yung mga vase, yung flower vase nyo sa table, pwede din po siya. Then may mas malaki po dito yung size inches, yung placemats na po namin na nito placemats na may size 10, 12, 13 hanggang 15. Depende po. Ito po ay itong placemats ginagawa po na almost 2 days. Tapos yung hot pads po isang araw lang po, ito 1.5 day. Then may mga coasters din po kami na iba-ibang size 3, 3.5 at saka 4 inches. 4 inches, ayan po. Binibenta din po namin siya per set. Pwede naman individual sa isa po. Yung isang ganito po pala ay nakaka-4 or 4 to 6 pieces lang po sila a day na gagawa nila.
Sa isang tao po yan?
Sa isang tao po yan. Then, pagkasama po yung lagayan niya per set, ito po ng 2 days po nila to 3 days ginagawa. Bali 4 days po ang isang set na nakukonsume. Then, meron din po kaming malalaki na mga trays. Ang mga fruit trays po namin na iba-iba. Mayroon pong 2 size pa. Mayroong oval at saka round trays. Na yung maliit po, ito yung 1.5 day nila ginagawa. Then ito po ay 2 days. Ito po ay 3 to 4 days ginagawa. Yung mas malaki po ay 1 week na po nilang ginagawa yun. Then meron po namang malalaki. Ganito po. 3 weeks hanggang 1 month po. Depende po sa bilis ng gumagawa. Ano po.
Ano pong purpose po?
Ito po yung hamper. Hamper po siya. Dito hamper. May mas malaki pa po. Ito naman po isa na walang takip. Yan. Tawag nila trash can o kaya lagay ng umbrella. Ang karamihan nag-orders. O lagayan ng labahan. Karamihan po nag-order ganun. Then po yung tabuyo po nila, yung jar. Wala kayong mas malaki dito. Ito po ay mga 3 days. May mas malalaki po kami dito dati. Maraming orders na mas malalaki. Na worth 2,000 mahigit siya. 3 weeks po nila ginagawa yun. Saka may humahang kami ginagamit.
Meron po kayong physical store, ma'am?
Dito lang po, ang aming store. Dito lang po. Mostly po ay online na. Then, ang physical store po namin sa mga negosyo centers, sa mga pasalubong center, nagpa-display na lang po kami doon. Yung kulay po talaga natural siya. Lahat po ng color niya, wala kaming ginamit pang kulay dyan. Natural colors po ng nito. At saka yung pampakintab. May customers po kasi na gusto ay yung may varnish siya. Kasi pag yung iba naman po, lalo na pang mga trays, ayaw naman po ng ganun. Gusto yung natural lang. Ganito po style niya. Pero binabrush lang naman po ito, makintab na rin siya. Pero hindi kagaya na ito sobrang kintab pag may part.
Mga magkano po nabibenta po ng bilang products?
Ito po binibenta namin 150 each. Ito pong hot pads. Tapos yung mga placemats po ay 200 to 250.
Ano po yung pinaka parang mabenta po? Yung maraming ino-order po sa
Yung pinakamarami po yung hot pads at saka placemats po at saka coasters. Tapos yung mga jars na malalaki, may customer lang kaming isang company noon na nagpa-order ng ganun, yung bago po mag-pandemic pa yan. Hindi na nasundan pa.
So ngayon kung nagka-pandemic, wala
po kami orders. Wala na mag-pandemic po talaga. Kami talaga, minsan may buwan na wala kami sales. Kaya malaking struggle po namin ngayong pandemic. Yung po yung na-coasting namin, nag-training po lang ako sa coasting sa DTI. Yung products po nila, nilagyan na namin ng price pagkabigay sa akin. Ako na pong bahala pag minarket ko, magdagdag para sa akin mga expenses.
Hindi naman po kayo nagdalawang isip na tulungan po sila to market their products?
Yung talagang puso namin, i-market po, makilala sila. Sabi ko, hindi ako makikilala kasi ang trademark mo namin gawa Iraya. Hindi naman po ako Iraya, Tagalog. Kaya sabi ko sa kanila, mas makilala pa kayo, hindi lang dito sa lugar natin, hindi lang sa ating rehiyon, hindi lang sa Pilipinas. Ang goal po namin ay makilala sila sa ibang bansa din, yung pambihira nilang gawa.
Ba yung kalidad po ng isang Iraya product na ipinagmamalaki?
Ang kalidad pong pinagmamalaki namin, siyempre, kahit po kuwan talagang may talent din po kaming gumawa. At wala na pong ibang marunong kung hindi kami po ng mga product na yan.
Nung naging part po kayo nung souvenir shop po ni Ma'am Sharon, ano pong una niyo pong naramdaman po?
Siyempre, masaya po kami dahil po, siyempre nga, makatulong po sa aming baga na yung aming pangailangan dahil po siya nga po nagkuhan sa amin na siya daw po mangunguha daw po siya ng basket. Yung abi pong ibang kasamahan, siyempre masaya din po sila na makakatulong po talaga sa amin.
Sa paglipanan ng maling balita, dito ka nasusubok at totoo. Kompletong pagtalakay sa COVID-19 at mga hakbang ng pamahalaan laban sa pandemya. Dito nyo malalaman. Samahan ang dalawa sa pinakapinagkakatiwalaang tambalan sa telebisyon. Public Briefing. #Laging Handa PH. Lunes hanggang Sabado na umaga. sa PTV.
Magkakaroon tayo ng bayanihan, bakunahan, ang ika-4 na National Vaccination Days na sisimulan sa Huwebes, March 10 at tatagal ng 3 araw, Sabado, March 12. Target natin mabakunahan ang 1.8 million na katao.
Developing stories in the country and around the world. Numbers, facts, insightful analysis, and context on information for a better perspective. The latest news and issues that are relevant to today's times. Get a rundown of it all every night. Only on PTV News Tonight.
Pag minsan po, meron pong naririnig din po sa mga pan. Pero ako po hindi, yung iba daw po ay minsan nakakaranas po ng ganyan.
Ano po mga sinasabi daw po?
Siyempre minyan, mangyan. Yun lang po ang nababad.
May ano po ba, masakit po ba sa pakiramdam po ng mga ganyan?
Siyempre minsan po masakit. Ito po sila. Tapos, yung anak ko po, nagawa na rin po siya. Kasi kami po ang aming hanap buhay. Tadya pong yun po ang aming hanap buhay na lang po.
Nung nakakakitaan niyo po yung mga anak niyo po ng interest po sa weaving po, ano pong ginawa po niyo?
Siyempre, masaya din po ako kasi marunong din po sila. Kahit po sila nakapag-aral, marunong din po sila yung gawa iraya para po madala din po nila sa kalang mga anak. Kasi kahit po ang mga katutubo po iraya po nakapag-aral, maganda po. Alam din po nila yung hanap buhay ng mga unang. Siyempre na kahit po sila nagagawa, ang payo ko po sa mag-aral pa rin po sila para paiba naman po ang pamumuhay ng mga bata.
Lahat po nag-aaral po?
Yung isa po yung graduate na po siya ng teacher.
Okay.
Din po kay Ma'am.
Kamusta po na sa inyo po, personally po, na nakapag-graduate po kayo ng isang teacher na po?
Ay masaya naman po dahil nga siyempre mahirap nga ang buhay ay siyempre masaya po ako kahit pa paano baka pag minsan mga trabaho di kayo
Gaano po ba kahalaga po na makatapos po yung isang mangyan ng pag-aaral po niya?
Siyempre mahalaga din po mahalaga po talaga ang sa amin, bagamat kami po nga ay nagagawa po ng gayan, kailangan din po makatapos din po ang mga bata. Dahil po talaga po nakuha na namin, talaga pong mahirap ang isang katutubong mangyan, lalo na po yung paggagawa ng basket, mahirap po. Kahit po naman nagagawa ng basket niya ang mga katulad namin, ay kailangan din pong mapag-aral ng mga bata.
Pero hindi naman po kayo nagdalawang isip mo na turuan po sila dun sa...
Hindi naman po kasi yun na nga po ang pinalakihan namin.
Gaano po ba kahalaga po na naipapasa po yung parang ganitong kultura na po kung tatawagin po, yung paggawa po ng Iraya products?
Ay mahalaga din po para sa amin yun dahil yun na nga po ang parang pinagkang alam namin pong hanap buhay, lalo po sa mga katutubo, mangyan. Siyempre, ang mga katutubo po, ang iba po walang pinag-aralan. Ano lang po ang kalang pinagkakakitaan. Gawa nga po si Ma'am siya po, nung namili, natuwa kami dahil may mamimili po na mga yung aming product.
There is no telling that one of these days another vicious virus will visit the country. Gusto ko lang malaman na what caused the numbers to go down. Whoever wins, dapat malaman nila ito, the good practices of the Philippines.
Diskarteng pangkabuhayan ba ang hanap mo? Magnegosyo na sa agrikultura gamit ang makabagong kaalaman. Mag-agri tayo. Baki Workshop na tuwing Sabado ng umaga. Dito sa katuwang nyo sa paghahanap buhay. PTV.
Sa ngayon, wala nga kami mga orders. Mula almost lampas na isang taon na wala pa rin pong mga orders. Ay ang aming syempre ang aming mga customers, kung ano lang nandyan, inabili ko na nga sa kanila yun, di ba, na ima-market ko. Kaya yung sobrang malaking impact ang COVID sa kanila dahil dati po may mga bulk orders kami, tapos may mall sa Manila na nakuha sa amin. Nung mag-pandemic, wala na po.
Paano niyo po pinapakilala sa iba po na kakiligin po ito?
Siya po ay para lang talaga sa mga native lovers, sa mga mahilig sa handicraft. Doon ko talaga dinadala siya, doon ko minamarket. Kung sino mahilig sa mga native handicrafts, yun ang mga kinakausap ko ng mga prospect customers. Dahil saka seasonal po siya dito sa amin. Dito sa amin, pag peak season lang po siya mabibili talaga. Yung mga turista lang darating. Ngayon po, walang turista, almost isang taon na mahigit. Kaya wala rin po kaming kita, wala kaming benta, walang customer.
Paano po yung kapag wala po mga gawa po? Paano po yung mga weavers?
Nagtatanim sila sa bahay, yung iba nagkukampo, yung nagtatabas sa bahay-bahay ng mga Tagalog, yung maarawan ang bayad, ganun po. Tapos yung mga tatay, yung sa kanila pong kuwan, sa kaingin nila, sa farming, yung upland rice pong tinatanim nila, saka mga root crops, mga kamote, saging.
Ngayon po nagka-pandemic po, may COVID po. Nasasabi niyo po bang mas hirap po, lalo na po sa mga kategorya?
Medyo mahirap din po. Lalo na po nga ngayon ay hindi na po Halimbawa po, meron pong trabaho. Dati po may trabaho po sa kuwan. Halimbawa, kung ang amin pong halaman hindi po makukunan, nagtatrabaho naman po din sa mga labasan. Ngayon po talaga hindi makapagtrabaho. Yan, gumagawa na lang po nga kami ng kuwan, yung aming dating ginagawa, yung mga hanap buhay.
Naranasan po ng pamilya niyo po na wala pong kakain po sa loob ng isang araw.
Opo. Minsan, halimbawa, wala po ngang kita at hindi pa po mga nakakayari. Di kaya wala po namang pan. Siyempre, wala, magutom. Magutom.
Hindi po sila nagsasabi po sa inyo.
Siyempre, nagsasabi, nanay, wala po kami makain. No?
Ano pong nararamdaman niyo po na isang nanay po na ganun po?
Siyempre, mahirap. Naaawa sa mga anak.
Paano po pag halimbawa, syempre tao rin po, napapagod po. Ano pong ginagawa niyo po para maibsan po yung pagod?
Ay nga po, siyempre, tiis na lang po. Pag ano pong magagawa. Pag po nagagawa, yung pong pahinga. Yun na lang po ang nagagawa namin.
Basically, parang karamihan sa mga membro ng tribo po, dumadaan po sila sa poverty line. Tapos, bumaba pa lalo dahil sa pandemya. Siyempre po, lagi silang kasama po, nakikwento nila sa inyo po yung kahirapan ng buhay. Ano nararamdaman po share sila sa inyo?
Minsan nakapaiyak ako. Nakakaiyak na minsan dahil magkikwento sila, pupunta sila, iyak, walang magkikwento na wala silang pagkain. Ganun na. Wala. Minsan nakapaiyak talaga ako. Sorry po. Minsan sasabihin nila di namin alam pag sumapit ng gabi kung saan kami kukuha ng pagkain. Tapos minsan nalalaman namin isang linggo na pala yung pangyayaring yun. Isang linggo na yun na sasabihin nila. Ilang araw na po kami ati siya na tuwing didilim, nag-iisip kami kung saan kukuha ng pagkain namin sa gabi. Ganon. Kaya yun, nababurden kami na mag-asawa na kung paano sila matulungan. Paano matulungan sa ganong pagkakataon. Kasi nagsasalita sa akin ng ganun pa lang mga isa, dalawang pamilya. Kung lahat ganun sila, kasi sa isang community, ganun naman talagang pamumuhay nila. Ang nakakausap ko pa lang ng ganung sitwasyon ay isa o dalawa. Parang nababagabag po kami kung anong maitutulong namin sa kanila. Lalo na po sa pagkain talaga. Yung pagkain ang kailangan dahil yung mahirap nga ngayon ang mahirap nga sa ganitong panahon na hirap sila maghanap, lalo na walang pinagkakakitaan din. Palagi na lang namin sinasabi, magtiwala lang po sa Panginoon, hindi tayo pababayaan. Nandiyan ang Panginoon nagagamit ng mga tao, ng instrumento para kayo itulungan. Tapos after pinag-pray po namin na gano'n. Ang hamon namin palagi sa kanila, kaya natin to, lampasan ang pandemic na ito pag nandiyan ang Panginoon kasama natin.
Gabay sa halalan, hatid ng inyong Election TV. Ngayong panahon ng halalan, may tinakdang mga patakaran sa ilalim ng Omnibus Election Code para hindi magamit ang pera o posisyon sa pangangampanya. Sa pagpasok ng campaign period, bawal ang pagbibigay ng mga kandidato ng anumang uri ng donasyon. Bawal din ang pag-appoint at paggamit ng special policemen, confidential agents at iba pang security personnel. Hindi rin maaring magpalaya ng mga bilanggo at magbigay ng promotion, salary increase, cash incentives o anumang benepisyo sa mga empleyado sa gobyerno. Bawal din ang pagpapagawa ng kahit anong proyektong pampubliko at mag-release ng pondo para sa mga ito. Walang katumbas na halaga ang ating boto dahil kinabukasan nating lahat ang nakasalalay dito. Aljo Bendijo po para sa inyong Election TV.
Narito ang alert level classification ng mga lugar sa buong bansa ngayong Marso. Kasama ng National Capital Region. Sasailalim sa Alert Level 1 ang mga sumusunod na lugar hanggang March 15. Sasailalim sa Alert Level 2 ang mga sumusunod na probinsya at syudad hanggang March 15. Basta't sama-sama at laging handa, kaya natin to.
Masasabi niyo po ba na malaki na po yung pinagbago po ng simula pa lang po kayo hanggang sa ngayon po na may wide market na po?
Kahit po pandemic, yung aming mga products, mas malawak po ngayon kasi yung ibang products dati, marami silang in-upgrade na products para makilala, mas gumanda pa yung gawa nila at magustuhan pa ng mga customers na mga mahihilig sa handicraft.
Gaano po kahalaga ng ma'am na may ganito pong suporta para po sa mga kapwa po yan na marunong po sa industriya po?
Napakahalaga po. Sinasabi ko nga palagi sa kanila, dapat matuto sila kasi hindi habang buhay kasama nila ako. Sabi ko, dapat kayo ang magmamarket. Darating ang time, makikita ko na sila na mismong haharap doon. Kasi sabi ko, hindi naman ako nga gumagawa. Hindi ako marunong gumawa ng ginagawa nila na matuto din sila i-market ang kanilang produkto. Sobrang nagpapasalamat ako dahil sa suporta nila. Dahil pag may mga ganitong events, yung may mga orders, full support po talaga sila. Kaya po ako ay nagpapasalamat na sila ay naging kapartner ko sa negosyong ito.
Nakikita niyo po ba yung sarili niyo po na parang titigil po sa paggawa po nitong mga handicrafts po?
Sa akin sarili, hindi po. Dahil po talaga po yun na po ang aming pong hanap buhay. Hindi po kami titigil. Opo.
Pangarap niyo para sa pamilya po?
Ang pangarap po sa aking pamilya ay Yung gumanda-ganda naman po sana ang aming pagkabuhayan. Gayon po, huwag naman po katulad ng dati na talaga pong hirap kami. Gawa po, yun nga po ang aming pinapanalangin na sana po umalwan po kami ng kahit hindi naman po katulad nung una na talaga pong napakahirap.
Gaano po kayo nagpapasalamat lalo po kay Ma'am Sharon sa pagtulong po niya sa community po ninyo na maging bahagi po rin sa PTV?
Talagang lubos ako nagpapasalamat talaga. At hindi lang po ako, pati po yung aming mga kasamaan. Talagang kami po yung nagpapabot. Talagang maraming salamat po kay Ma'am Sha. At kami natulungan niya sa mga binibinta po niya, yung aming mga product na gawa iraya.
Yung vision ng pangarap ko sa kanila, sila mismo nakatayo talaga sa yung pangalan nilang Gawa Iraya, ay pagyamanin nila yun na yung sila mismo ang nagsasalita, hindi ako hindi ako nagsasalita, hindi ako nagpo-promote, kundi sila po. Tapos makilala sila na yung talento nilang ito na pambihira at kakaiba ay makilala sila na ito ang identity nila na kami to Iraya, pinagmamalaki ko na gawa namin ito.
Sana naman po yung aming pong produkto ay kala naman po magustuhan at kala naman pong mabili naman po para naman po. Yun po ay malaking tulong na po sa amin. Pagkala pong binili po ang aming mga produkto, talaga pong lubos kami nagpapasalamat sa kanila.
Sa nalalapit na isa na namang makasaysayang halalan, nakabantay ang buong liga ng PTV. Mula Luzon, Visayas, at Mindanao. Masusing maghahatid ng mga balita at kaganapan. Pakikinggan ang boses ng bayan, mapatelebisyon hanggang online. Kasama ang mga dekalibre at mapagkakatiwalaang tagapagbalita ng PTV News. Abangan ang pinakamalawak at pinakakomprehensibong pag-uulat sa Hatol ng Bayan. dito sa PTV Election TV. Sa paglipanan ng maling balita, dito ka nasusubok at totoo. Kumpletong pagtalakay sa COVID-19 at mga hakbang ng pamahalaan laban sa pandemya. Dito nyo malalaman. Samahan ang dalawa sa pinakapinagkakatiwalaang tambalan sa telebisyon. Public Briefing. #Laging Handa PH. Lunes hanggang Sabado na umaga sa PTV.
Kinikilala po natin ang napakahalagang papel ng ating mga kababaihan, hindi lamang sa ating mga tahanan, kundi pati na rin ang kanilang kontribusyon sa ating lipunan. Kaya naman, sa unang taon pa lamang ng Duterte administration, isa sa unang polisiyang kanyang itinaguyod ay ang karapatan ng kababaihan.
Gabay sa halalan, hatid ng inyong Election TV. Ngayong campaign period, maaring gamitin ng mga kandidato ang kapangyarihan ng mass media para higit na makilala ng mga botanteng Pilipino. Ang bawat kandidato at partido ay may airtime na nakalaan para sa radyo at telebisyon, pati na print space para sa dyaryo. Dapat maliwanag sa bawat political ad kung sino ang nagbayad o nag-donate nito. Kung magpapublish naman ang resulta ng election survey, dapat malinaw na nakasaad kung sino ang nagsagawa nito, pati na kung sino ang nagbayad para dito. Samantala, ang COMELEC ay mag-i-sponsor ng sarili nilang mga programa sa TV at radyo, print space sa dyaryo, at mga e-rally at national debate para higit nating makilala ang mga kandidato. Huwag na sana tayong madala sa pagandahan ng patalastas o palakihan ng mga poster at campaign ad. Kilatisin nating maigi ang mga kandidatong iboboto. Ako po si Diane Kirer para sa inyong Election TV.
The rehabilitation of Boracay Island showcased our resolve to safeguard the environment. We have seen remarkable emergence of the island back to its former glory.
Dati pong putikan yan dyan, tapos basurahan. Ngayon po naging mangrove na po. Kahit paano, hindi na masyadong mabaho ang amoy namin, hindi na masyadong ispatan yung tignan.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Walang makapagsasabi kung ano ang mga numerong mananalo sa lahat ng PCSO games. Huwag maniwala sa mga text messages, liham o tawag sa telepono na nagsasabing magbibigay daw sila ng tip kapalit ng pera o cellphone load. Bumili ng ticket sa mga PCSO authorized outlets at PCSO branches bago ang actual draw.
Oras na para maglaro at manalo sa mga PCSO Games ngayong Martes ng gabi, March 8, 2022. Naglalakihan jackpot prizes at instant digit panalo ang naghihintay sa inyo. Kaya sa mga nakabili ng tickets, ihanda na po ang mga yan dahil baka kayo na ang hahakot ng mga loto pa premyo. Sa makakasama ko sa paghahatid ng panalo, good evening, Fair.
Good evening din sa iyo, Romy. At isasama ko na sa pagbating yan ng mga kanina pa nakaantabay sa PTV Network at sa ating mga live streaming channels. Espesyal na pagbati rin po sa lahat ng kababaihan dahil ngayong araw, ipinagdiriwang natin ang International Women's Day at ang buwan po ng Marso ay National Women's Month.
Nakikiisa po ang PCSO sa pagkilala sa mga kontribusyon ng bawat wana. Kaya inaanyayahan namin ang lahat na makilahok sa mga activities para sa nasabing selebrasyon. Para po sa detalye, bisitahin ang official website ng Philippine Commission on Women, www.pcw.gov.ph.
Pero hindi lang po Women's Day ang pinagdiriwang natin ngayon dahil sineselebrate din natin ang araw na isang mahalagang pangyayari sa kasaysayan ng PCSO. Kung ano yan, panoorin po natin.
Years and counting. 27 years na pero araw-araw talagang inaabangan ang laro ng loto sa tahanan ng bawat Pilipino. Nagsimula sa Lotto 642 noong 1995. Ngayon rumarampa na din sa takilya ang Mega Lotto 645, Super Lotto 649, Grand Lotto 655 at Ultra Lotto 658. Hindi dyan nagtapos sa pagbibigay saya ng PCSO dahil inilunsad din ang mga digit games na talaga namang swak na swak sa panlasa ng mga Pinoy. Nangunguna din dyan ang daily draws ng 2D at 3D Lotto. Hindi rin naman nagpahuli ang 4D at 6D Lotto. Lumipas man ang maraming taon, hindi pa rin natitinag at patuloy pa rin namamayagpag sa paghahatid ng saya, swerte at pag-asa ang mga Lotto games. Kasabay ng pagdami ng ating mga online games, siya ring pagdami ng mga natutulungan ng PCSO kahit sa panahon ng pandemya. Maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta at pagtangkilik ninyo sa mga Lotto games for the past 27 years. Naway patuloy ang ating samahan sa marami pang panahong darating. Happy anniversary, Lotto!
Tama po ang narinig ninyo, 27 years na kayong pinapasaya at binibigyan ng pag-asa ng mga Lotto games. Kaya naman lubos pong nagpapasalamat ang pamilya ng PCSO sa lahat ng patuloy na tumatangkilik sa ating mga palaro. Gayon din po sa ating mga kapartners. Kasama na ang mga Lotto agents and Lotto tellers. Mabuhay po kayo!
Sana po patuloy ninyo kaming samahan sa mga susunod pang mga taon para mas marami pa tayong matulungan. Muli, marami pong salamat at happy anniversary mga kaloto!
Sa mga sandaling ito, buong Pilipinas, gustong-gusto nang malaman ang mga mananalong numero. Kaya simulan na natin ang pagpapapremyo. For games, we have the 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 6D Lotto, the Lotto 642, the Super Lotto 649, and the Ultra Lotto 658.
Kasama natin ngayong gabi ang kinatawan mula sa Commission on Audit at ang ating PCSO Draw Coordinator, Didi Research.
Kaya naalala ko lang, alam mo bang ang ating draw coordinator, ever since nag-start ang Lotto 27 years ago, siya na ang ating draw coordinator.
Congratulations, sir. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary po. At syempre sa lahat ng mga kasama natin, happy anniversary sa PCSO. Mga naging tagpo sa pre-draw procedures kanina, panoorin po natin.
Sa isinagawang pre-draw procedures, natunghayan ng ating draw representatives from the PCSO and the Commission on Audit ang mga paghahanda bago ang live lotto draws. Sa pamamagitan ng machine inspection at machine testing, siniguro po na maayos ang kondisyon ng mga draw machines. Only the operation of the remote switch button ang may human intervention. Sa drawable case selection, 3 sets ang pinagpilian sa bawat game. Randomly, pumili ang ating draw representative ng isang set ng bola na gagamitin. Lahat po ng bola ay tinimbang para masiguro na halos pantay-pantay ang bigat ng bawat bola. Properly documented at covered po ng video ang bawat activity. Matapos masiguro na ito'y kumpleto, ang draw team member ang maglo-load ng draw balls na gagamitin sa mga draws.
Pilipinas Ultra Million Jackpot ng PCSO. Uunahin natin. Let's play Ultra Lotto 658. Ang ating Ultra Lotto Jackpot prize, 58,837,785 pesos and 80 centavos, net of the agent's prize commission. Mr. Draw Coordinator, please press that button and let's play Ultra Lotto 658. Lotto players 1 to 58 drawballs po ang nasa loob ng draw machine. Machine lang po ang pipili ng 6 na bola para sa winning combination ngayong Martes ng gabi. The first number, it's the number 44. Sa mga jackpot variants, paghahatian equally ang jackpot kapag 2 o higit pa ang jackpot winners. The second number, 54. Sakaling makuha ang 3 nanalong numero, panalo kayo ng 100 pesos. And the third number, it's the number 17. Ultra Lotto players getting 4 out of the 6 winning numbers wins you 2,000 pesos. The fourth number, it's the number 11. Kung 5 numero ang mag-match sa winning combination, 120,000 pesos po ang inyong premyo. The fifth number, 42. Isang numero na lang po at makukumpleto na ang Ultra Million Combination. And the sixth and final number, it's the number 49. Philippines, here are the official Ultra Lotto winning numbers in any order. 44, 54, 17, 11, 42, and 49 for the jackpot prize of 58,837,785 pesos and 80 centavos, net of the agent's prize commission. Susunod na ang Super Million Game sa aming pagbabalik.
Hoy kapatid, gusto mo ba na yumaman? Yes! Na sa malapit na lotohan. Simple lang naman ang iyong kailangan. 20 na lang ulit ang ating puhunan. Ito ay laro na galing sa puso. Nakatulong ka pa sa kapatao. Balik loto sa mababang presyo. May pag-asa makamit ang pangarap mo.
Lotto Players Super Million Combination. Alamin na natin kung nasa ticket ninyo. Let's play Super Lotto 649. Tonight's Super Lotto Jackpot Prize, 45,005,988 pesos and 20 centavos, net of the agent's prize commission. Mr. Draw Coordinator, please press that button and let's play Super Lotto 649. Maraming salamat po sa mga patuloy na tumatangkilik sa mga produkto ng PCSO. 1 to 49 drawballs naman po ang nasa loob ng ating draw machine. Machine lang ang pipili ng mga bola. 6 na bola pa rin ang hinintay nating piliin. Good luck po sa lahat ng may tickets. Para po manalo, your numbers can come in any order. Ibig pong sabihin, rumble po ang mga numero. And the first number, it's the number 11. Sa Super Lotto 649, 50 pesos po ang panalo pag naswertehan ninyo ang tatlong nanalong numero. And the second number, it's the number 44. Kapag 4 winning numbers naman po ang nakuha, 1,200 pesos ang inyong premyo. Sa mga gustong humingi ng tulong medikal sa PCSO, mag-log on po sa aming website. The third number, 15. At kung 5 winning numbers ang nasa ticket ninyo, 50,000 pesos po ang mapapa sa inyo. The fourth number, number 17. Lotto winners, ingatan kung mabuti ang mga lotto tickets. Huwag babasain at huwag paplansyahin. Kailangan ma-validate ang winning ticket sa pag-claim ng inyong premyo. The fifth number, number 7. Isang bola na lang po ang hinihintay natin at mapukumpleto na ang Super Million Combination with a jackpot prize of over 45 million pesos. And the sixth and final number, it's the number 38. Again, here are the official winning numbers for the Super Lotto 649 draw in any order. 11, 44, 15, 17, 7, and 38 for the jackpot prize of 45,005,988 pesos and 20 centavos net of the Aegis Prize Commission. Isa pang multi-million jackpot ang pwedeng mapanalunan after this break.
Marami nagtatanong tungkol sa loto. Maliban sa 20 pesos, swerte ang puhunan para maging instant milyonaryo. Oportunidad at pagkakataon ay di mabilang para makamit ang swerte. Tunay na pinagkakatiwalaan sa anumang sulok ng mundo. Ano pang hinihintay ninyo? Sugod na sa mga Lotto outlets at bumili ng mga tickets ninyo. Para sa bayan, PCSO laging nandyan. Araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Bago po ang susunod na papremyo, congratulations po sa isang Lotto player na nanalo ng over 12 million peso jackpot prize sa ating Lotto 642 draw noong Sabado. Ang maswerteng ticket po nabili sa Taytay Rizal. At ngayong gabi, muling magpapapremyo ang kauna-unahang Lotto game na 27 years ng number 1 sa puso ng mga Pilipino. Let's play Lotto 642! Pilipinas ang Lotto 642 jackpot prize. 5,940,000 pesos. Net of the Aegis Prize Commission. Mr. Draw Coordinator, please press that button and let's play Lotto 642. Lotto fans, 1 to 42 drawballs naman po ang nasa loob ng ating draw machine. 6 na bola pa rin ang hinihintay nating pipiliin. Yan po ay para sa Lotto 642 winning combination ngayong gabi. The first number is the number 36. Sa Lotto 642, pwede po kayong manalo ng 20 pesos pag nagmatch ang tatlong numero ninyo sa ating mga winning numbers. The second number, 32. Sakaling maka 4 winning numbers po kayo, 800 pesos ang inyong mapapanalunan. The third number, it's the number 42. At kung 5 winning numbers po ang nasa ticket ninyo, 24,000 pesos po ang instant panalo. The fourth number, it's the number 15. Sa mga Lotto players na ayaw mamiss ang pagkakataong manalo, mag-advance draw system play na. Up to 6 consecutive draws ang pwede po ninyong salihan. And the 5th number, it's the number 28. Philippines, one more lucky number to complete tonight's Lotto 642 winning combination. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng bumili ng tickets. And the 6th number, it's the number 12. Recapping tonight's official Lotto 642 winning numbers in any order. 36, 32, 42, 15, 28, and 12 for the jackpot prize of 5,940,000 pesos, net of the agent's prize commission. Digit pa premyo naman ang ihatid ni Fem Macaranlang ang isang patalastas.
Protektahan ang sarili sa banta ng COVID-19. Siguruhin sumunod sa mga ipinatutupad na health and safety protocols sa mga PCSO game outlets. Mag-physical distancing. May mga floor markers sa mga PCSO outlets para masiguro ang tamang distansya sa pagitan ng mga ticket buyers. Sa pagbili ng tickets, ugaliing mag-face mask at tandaan, no face mask, no ticket. Para na rin sa pansariling kaligtasan, gumamit ng sariling ballpen. Para naman sa mga agents and tellers, bukod sa pagsusuot ng face mask, makabubuting gumamit ng money tray. Tiyakin ang regular disinfection sa mga Lotto outlet. Mainam din kung may mga hand sanitizers para sa outlet personnel and ticket buyers. At ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pag-uwi ng bahay. Pangalagaan natin ang ating sarili. Sa ating pakikiisa at pagsasama-sama, kaya nating labanan ang COVID-19.
Hindi pa po natatapos ang pamimigay ng multi-million prizes dahil milyong papremyo rin ang hatid ng Lucky 6 digits nyo. Kaya get ready to play 6D Lotto! Pilipinas, umabot na po sa mahigit 1.1 million pesos ang first prize na hindi pa rin napanulunan as of our last 6D Lotto draw. Maliban sa first prize, marami pang paraan para manalo. May premyo pag nakuha ang first or last 2 to 5 numbers in exact order ng winning combination. Kaya wag basta itapon ng ticket kung hindi nakuha ang first prize dahil baka may consolation prize kayo. At narito na ang 6D Lotto winning combination. For the first number, we have 2. The second number, the number 2. The third number is 6. The fourth number, the number 2. The fifth number, the number 4. And the sixth and final number, the number 5. Again, tonight's 6D Lotto winning combination. 2, 2, 6, 2, 4, and 5 in exact order. Ihanda na ang 3 numbers nyo para sa panalong dala ng 3D Lotto when we return.
Araw-araw, libo-libo ang papremyo. Araw-araw, 3 times a day, maaring manalo. Ang dali-dali lang maglaro at sumali dito. Favorite 2 numbers from 1 to 31 ang pagpipilian para sa 2D Lotto. At 3 numero naman from 0 to 9 for the 3D Lotto. Exciting prizes ang naghihintay sa inyo. So what are you waiting for? Sugod na sa Lotto outlets at araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Digit game players, libo-libong papremyo ang naghihintay sa 3 masuswerteng numero nyo. Dito yan sa 9 PM edition ng 3D Lotto. Lotto players, narito na ang papremyo ng 3D Lotto game. 3 numbers nyo pwedeng manalo ng 4,500 pesos pag nag-match sa mapipiling 3D Lotto winning combination in exact order. 750 pesos or 1,500 pesos naman ang pwedeng mapanalunan kung kayo ay nag-Rambolito System Play. At narito na ang ating 3D Lotto winning numbers. For the first number, we have 4, the second number, the number 3, and the third number, the number 5. Again, tonight's 3D Lotto winning combination, 4, 3, and 5 in exact order. Exciting prizes din ang dala ng lucky 2 numbers nyo. Kaya tara na, let's play 2D Lotto! #2D Lotto players, panalo kayo ng 4,000 pesos kapag nag-match ang 2 numbers nyo sa ating winning combination in exact order. Kung nag-Rambolito System Play naman, 2,000 pesos ang pwedeng mapanalunan. Sa mga mapapalad na Lotto winners, maaaring i-claim ang inyong premyo sa loob ng 1 taon mula sa petsa ng pagkapanalo. At narito na ang resulta ng 2D Lotto Draw. For the first number, we have 28 and the second number, the number 21. Recapping the 2D Lotto winning numbers for our 9 p.m. draw, we have 28 and 21 in exact order. Congratulations po sa mga nanalo. Sa mga nag-aabang ng resulta ng ating 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. draws kanina, narito po. The results of the 2 p.m. draw. For the 3D Lotto, the winning numbers are 4, 8, and 8 in exact order. For the 2D Lotto, the winning combination is 30 and 18 in exact order. And the results of the 5 p.m. draw. For the 3D Lotto, the winning numbers are 1, 3, and 0 in exact order. For the 2D Lotto, the winning combination is 23 and 5 in exact order.
Ihatid namin ngayon ang mga resulta ng ating STL draws. Para po sa 7 p.m. STL Departmentalized Draws for the Visayas, excluding Guimaras, Negros Occidental, and Bacolod City. Narito po ang mga winning numbers. Sa STL Pares, 24 and 31 in exact order. STL Suertu, 1 and 3 in exact order. At sa STL Suertri, 8, 5, and 3 in exact order.
Congratulations, STL winners! Resulta naman ng katatapos lang ng mga Lotto draws ang aming ihahatid ni Romy sa pagbabalik ng PCSO Lottery Draw.
Nangunguna na sa pamimigay ng multi-milyong papremyo, number 1 pa sa Kawanggawa ang PCSO. Kahapon, March 7, 2022, umabot sa mahigit 6.4 million pesos ang naipaabot na tulong sa 807 nating mga kababayan na dumulog sa ating tanggapan. Over 1.4 million pesos ang inilaan para sa 106 patients sa National Capital Region. Nakatanggap rin ng over 1.5 million pesos na halaga ng tulong ang 194 nating kababayan sa Northern and Central Luzon. Sa Southern Tagalog and Bicol Region, umabot sa mahigit 1.3 million pesos ang naipamigay sa 228 nating mga kababayan. Mahigit 900,000 pesos naman ang tinanggap na tulong ng 122 patients from Visayas. At mahigit 1 milyong piso ang naipamahaging tulong sa 157 na kababayan natin sa Mindanao. Ang puso ng PCSO ay para sa Pilipino, kaya tangkilikin ang mga PCSO Games, ang mga palarong may puso.
It's recap time! Umpisahan natin sa 2D Lotto winning numbers. We have 28 and 21 in exact order. For 3D Lotto, we have 4, 3, and 5 in exact order. For 6D Lotto, we have 2, 2, 6, 2, 4, and 5 in exact order.
Para naman sa ating Lotto 642, 36, 32, 42, 15, 28, and 12 in any order for the jackpot prize of 5,940,000 pesos net of the agent's prize commission. Sa ating Super Lotto 649, 11, 44, 15, 17, 7, and 38 in any order for the jackpot prize of 45,005,988 pesos and 20 centavos net of the agent's prize commission. At sa ating Ultra Lotto 658, 44, 54, 17, 11, 42, and 49 in any order for the jackpot prize of 58,837,785 pesos and 80 centavos net of the agent's prize commission. Congratulations po sa mga nanalo. Ang paraan kung paano mag-claim ng inyong premyo, panoorin po natin.
Napakasaya ng manalo, napakadali pang mag-claim ng premyo sa mga Lotto games ng PCSO. Kung isa ka sa pinalad na maging Lotto winner, isulat ang pangalan at pirmahan ang likod ng inyong winning ticket. Kung 20 pesos hanggang 10,000 pesos ang napanalunan, maaring i-claim ang inyong premyo sa kahit saang authorized Lotto outlet near you. And for winners of more than 10,000 pesos up to 300,000 pesos, you can claim your prizes at the nearest PCSO branch in your area and present 2 valid IDs. Kung ikaw naman ang super swerteng jackpot winner, dalhin lamang ang inyong winning ticket at 2 valid IDs sa PCSO main office sa Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Tandaan lamang, may 1 taon kayo mula sa petsa ng inyong pagkapanalo para makapag-claim ng inyong premyo. To all the winners, congratulations po!
Alamin ang tamang paraan ng pag-ubo upang mapigilan ang paglaganap ng Coronavirus Disease 2019. Ugaliing magdala ng panyo o tissue. Kung uubo o babahing, takpan ang buong ilong at bibig gamit ang panyo o tissue. Kung walang dalang panyo o tissue, maaaring gamitin ang braso na pantakip. Kung nakararamdam na kailangan umubo o bumahing, agad na dumistansya sa mga tao sa paligid. Huwag dumura kung saan-saan, gumamit ng tissue at itapon sa basurahan. Ugaliin ang paghuhugas ng kamay at paggamit ng alcohol o hand sanitizer upang mamatay ang mikrobyo. Basta't sama-sama at laging handa, kaya natin to! Isang paalala mula sa DOH, PCOO, KBP at ng himpilang ito. Narito ang mga kinakailangan ng medical clearance mula sa doktor bago tumanggap ng COVID-19 vaccine. May autoimmune disease. May human immunodeficiency virus or HIV. Mga cancer patient. Kasalukuyang umiinom ng steroids 2 na gamot. Mga bedridden patient o may sakit na hindi tataas sa 6 na buwan ang taning. Tandaan na bago bakunahan ay may pagsusuri munang pagdaraanan para garantisado ang kaligtasan.
Okay, may jackpot winners kaya tayo tonight. Ayon po sa PCSO Data Center. Sa Lotto 642, we have no winner. Sa Super Lotto 649, also no winner. At sa Ultra Lotto 658, wala pa rin po tayong nanalo.
Isa na namang araw ng saya at papremyo ang pagsasama natin bukas sa ating 2 p.m. 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. draws. Ang mga games po natin, we have the 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 4D Lotto, the Mega Lotto 645 with an estimated jackpot prize of 8.9 million pesos. At sa ating Grand Lotto 655, 87 million pesos. Kaya bili na po ng mga tickets para po sa tsansang maging Lotto Milyonaryo. Batiin natin ang lahat ng mga kasamahan natin dito sa PCSO. Happy anniversary po sa ating
anniversary,
lahat.
PCSO family! That's all for tonight para po sa PCSO Celebrado dito.
Ang inyo pong lingkod, Romy Season, nagsasabing may God help us all.
Inilabas ng palasyo ang permadong Republic Act number 11648 na nagtataas ng age of sexual consent para sa statutory rape na mula 12 anyos ito ay ginawang 16 anyos. The United Nations Children's Fund o UNICEF has congratulated the Philippine government for this milestone as it fulfills the children's right to protection.
Gabay sa halalan, hatid ng inyong Election TV. Dahil layong mabigyan ng pagkakataong bumoto ang higit na nakararaming Pilipino, nagtakda ang COMELEC ng ilang mga alituntunin para sa local absentee voting. Ayon sa COMELEC Resolution 10725, bibigyan ng pagkakataong bumoto ng mas maaga ang mga empleyado at opisyales ng gobyerno, mga miyembro ng AFP at PNP, at mga media practitioner na magko-cover ngayong halalan. Ang bawat isa ay dapat actively registered voter at maa-assign na mag-duty sa mga lugar kung saan sila ay hindi rehistrado sa araw ng halalan. Ang mga aplikasyon ay dapat isubmit sa mga punong tanggapan ng mga government employee at commander ng mga AFP at PNP personnel, o di kaya sa mga regional election director, provincial election supervisor, o city election officer sa bawat lugar. Ang botohan ay magaganap mula April 27 hanggang April 29, alas 8 ng umaga hanggang alas 5 ng hapon, sa lugar na itatakda ng mga government office head at AFP at PNP commanders, pati na sa mga tanggapan ng COMELEC kung saan nag-file ng application para sa local absentee voting. Manual ang paraan ng pagboto at national positions lamang ang maaaring pagbotohan dito. At ang bawat botante ay dapat sumunod sa ipatutupad na minimum health protocols kontra COVID-19. Sa halalang ito, mahalaga ang bawat boto. Kaya huwag nating sayangin ang pagkakataon upang marinig ang ating tinig. Ako po, si Catherine Vital, para sa inyong Election TV.
Sa nalalapit na isa na namang makasaysayang halalan, nakabantay ang buong liga ng PTV. Mula Luzon, Visayas, at Mindanao. Masusing maghahatid ng mga balita at kaganapan. Pakikinggan ang boses ng bayan, mapatelebisyon hanggang online. Kasama ang mga dekalibre at mapagkakatiwalaang tagapagbalita ng PTV News. Abangan ang pinakamalawak at pinakakomprehensibong pag-uulat sa hatol ng bayan. Dito sa PTV Election TV.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
The declaration of a state of economic emergency is under study amid the fuel price crisis. President Rodrigo Duterte appoints a new chairperson and 2 new COMELEC commissioners ahead of the May 9 elections. The Supreme Court issues a temporary restraining order suspending COMELEC's Operation Baklas. The Philippines' gross international reserves level rises to $107.98 billion as of end February 2022. The Philippines joins the rest of the world in celebrating International Women's Day. Good evening, welcome to PTV News Tonight. The major forces of surging inflation and soaring prices of gas and fuel products at the pump have the nation's economy plodding on thin ice, a tipping point that can send the nation plunging to rock bottom and economic ruin from which a floating return will take extended time. Hence, this crunch time or hour of dire need entails urgent response that PTV's Melalis Moras dwells on in this report.
Amid the series of fuel price hikes in the country and the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, Malacanang intends to look into the possible declaration of a state of economic emergency. This after some lawmakers proposed the idea to help and enable local government units aiming to tap their calamity funds in addressing the impact of the current situation. According to acting presidential spokesperson and PCOO Secretary Martin Andanar,
ito ay masusing pag-aaralan ng palasyo sa pamagitan ng Office of the Executive Secretary at nagpresenta nga kagabi ang economic team ni Pangulo ng proposed government interventions. Kaya tingnan natin kung ang mga ito ay sapat na.
Last night, during President Rodrigo Duterte's Talk to the People address, Socio-Economic Planning Secretary Carl Chua presented the recommendation of the Cabinet's Economic Development Cluster to address the current crisis. Among their proposals is the need to shift the entire country to Alert Level 1, resume the face-to-face classes in all schools, increase fuel subsidy and buffer stock, and other food measures. Secretary Chua said these proposals aim to build a stronger economy to withstand the crisis and more aid for people to survive the situation. And if everything gets worse, the economic cluster is ready to propose a special session in Congress.
In terms of the tariff reduction po, since Congress is not in session, we will submit a request for the issuance of an executive order. Mr. President, if the situation escalates, we could recommend a special session if mag-escalate po.
Mas mabuti pa okay? Pag-isipan na lang natin yan. Bingbong siguro, Will. Tignan mo daw mo para mapaisa natin.
Amid the crisis, President Duterte reiterated his warning about the worst-case scenario that the conflict between Ukraine and Russia may bring. He then related the situation in the Philippines and China's agreement for a joint exploration in the West Philippine Sea, which must be honored because if not,
hindi natin kailangan makipag-away dyan. Hindi lang ninyo kung ano yung pinag-usapan noon. Honor yan eh. Do not tempt the gods and look for trouble that we cannot maybe handle or mahirapan tayo.
Melalis Moras for the Nation.
The mood is glum and grim in gas stations all over the megacity as public transport drivers fret and fume over the latest in a huge price surge for gas and fuel products. And all of them are pleading for immediate escalation of public utility fares to at least a few more pesos to keep their survival hopes alive. Our Daniel Manalasta sampled a few gasoline stations in the NCR to find out the latest prices in this report.
Policarpio usually takes home 500 pesos after a whole day of driving a jeepney. But today, he only earned 300 pesos. Add to that, the need to pay for diesel. Now he is asking for an increase in fare.
Eh kung taasan naman nila ng ₱1, wala din mangyayari. Kasi yung diesel na ako, halos 60 na ako, 59.50 na ako. Wala din mangyayari kung piso. Sana ihinto nila yung taas ng diesel. Ihinto na lang nila.
Kung taas na pamasahe, mga magkano dapat?
Dapat mga ₱5 idagdag nila.
Resti Ganiban, a tricycle driver, can't even afford to purchase a full liter of gas because of the oil price increase. Adding to his burden is the effect of the pandemic that leads to lesser passengers.
Wala, ganun talaga. Kailangan na dati yung ito nga 70 na lang. 1 litro lang ang may kakarga ko ngayon. Kasi pag tinanong ko ngayon, tinatang ko wala na akong kikitain.
Motorists have the same problem in Manila, Quezon City, Rizal, and Marikina City, the increase of oil prices. These varies in terms of prices, like this gasoline station in Manila which has not yet reached the 70 peso mark. Its counterpart in Quezon City reached more than 70 pesos, while some gasoline stations offer discounts to delivery riders. Daniel Mananastas for The Nation.
The public transport operators and drivers hit hard by 10 weeks in a row of climbing gas prices at the pump need not wait for 2 more weeks to claim the much-needed help. The trio of the Transportation Department, consortium of oil companies, and spearheaded by the Department of Energy is releasing the first round of $2.5 billion in aid this month, with a second round in April for the same amount up, as we hear more from our Rod Lagusad.
With the ongoing effects of the continuous oil price hikes, the government laid out its plans to help the public. Energy Secretary Alfonso Cusi said that the Pantawid Pasada program is included in its short-term measures. From the initial 2.5 billion pesos allotted for the program, the government made it 5 billion pesos.
Ang first tranche will be released this month and the second tranche will be on April. So ito po pinatutupad ng DOTR together with the DOE in coordination with the oil companies.
The funding for the program that will help farmers and fishermen mitigate the effect of the oil price hike was also increased from the initial 500 million pesos to 1 billion pesos.
Merong kulatilya dun po sa budget na yan na kailangan po na ang price in the world market must be 3 months consecutive na at least $80 and above. Ngayon po, more than 10 weeks, sabi nga natin, nag-usap na rin po kami, na naku na po yan, na hindi na natin kailangang hintayin yung tapos yung 3 months na yan.
The Energy Department is now looking into implementing the program as soon as possible to avoid increase in prices of primary commodities. As part of its long-term measures, the agency has submitted a proposal to Congress to amend the oil deregulation and train laws. Included in the proposal are the unbundling of prices to have more transparency and to have minimum inventory requirements in the law. Also part of the proposed amendment is to give government intervention powers when there is oil price hike, temporary suspension of excise tax in petroleum products, and the establishment of Philippine Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The Secretary added that the Energy Department is strictly monitoring the quality and quantity of petroleum products to protect consumers. Today, the department conducted product quality and quantity monitoring in some of the gasoline stations.
Ang importansya nito is that i-check po namin kung tama yung sukat ng produktong petrolyo na ikinakarga sa mga sasakyan. At the same time, check din po yung kalidad. Kung tama po yung kalidad at ayon sa Philippine National Standards on Quality.
In conclusion, Cusi urged the public to efficiently use and conserve energy. Rod Lagusad for The Nation.
The current cost of 60 pesos per liter of diesel has public transport jeepney drivers demanding for the immediate provisional increase to the base fare. Then later this month, a petition for an additional 5 pesos more to the LTFRB is up, which PTV's Karen Villanda hashes over in this report.
Isa has a child with cerebral palsy. That's why she travels everywhere with only a few money in her pocket just to ask for medical assistance from various government agencies. She's not in favor of the fare increase being petitioned by various transport groups with the Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board or LTFRB.
Malaking hirap din po kasi
Yung pagtaas ng pamasahe, syempre, ibig sabihin, pambibili ko na lang gamot ng anak ko, mapupunta pa sa pamasahe.
But the minimum fare will stay at 9 pesos. This comes after the hearing of the LTFRB on the fare hike petition of One Utak, LTAP, Pasang Mazda, and Acto. They proposed to bring back the 1 peso provisional increase last 2018 and an additional 5 peso increase in the minimum fare. This is to ask support from the government amid the continuous increase of petroleum products, specifically diesel, that now reach 60 pesos per liter. But according to the LTFRB, the fare increase has an effect in the country's inflation.
It was also informally discussed by NADA yesterday that if we are going to increase at 1 peso per hike, that would mean 0.3% percentage point increase on our inflation. And that would be a very big addition to our inflation rate. We are going to look at the economic effect of pushing the fare hike for that particular matter.
The LTFRB laid a solution to the transport group. Instead of a fare hike, government will release a fuel subsidy. In the end, jeepney drivers asked to just approve the provisional increase of 1 peso that has been submitted for resolution by the LTFRB. The additional 5 peso to the current 9 peso fare was scheduled in a separate hearing in March 22. On the other hand, some passengers are complaining in Kogyo because of the increase in fare that has been already implemented.
Nagbayad kami ng 10, hindi na binibigay yung balik, yung sukli. Dati pa nung kasi, nang nag-pandemic, piso lang naman dinagdag nung nag-pandemic.
Nagdagdag kayo na?
Hindi kasi, talagang hindi na kinakaya sa taas ng boundary. Tapos yung simula nung nag-lockdown, talagang wala na kaming ganong pasahero.
Approve ng LTFRB.
Hindi po namin naanay nun kasi sa ngayon talagang hirap na kami.
Nakasanayan na po ng pasahero yun dito eh.
Bakit?
10 yung binibigay nila eh. 9 naman talaga naman po, talaga 9. Yung iba, 10 talaga binibigay.
The LTFRB warned drivers about corresponding penalties for illegally increasing their fare. Karen Villanda for The Nation.
The newest adjusted price of cooking gas, or LPG, is approaching alarming levels and sending small food joint owners reeling and readjusting their usage and business practices yet again. PTV correspondent Jillian Geronimo gets us up to speed on the rough cost of a tank of auto gas, or LPG, at this time in this report.
Several owners of eateries in Quezon City expressed dismay over the big-time price hike of liquefied petroleum gas, or LPG, this month. Oil firms announced an increase of 7 pesos and 95 centavos per kilogram in the price of LPG and 4 pesos and 44 centavos per liter of auto LPG, which took effect March 1. This prompted eateries to adjust by either increasing the prices of their food or decreasing the amount of serving per order. Rosie Foronda, owner of an eatery in Barangay Pag-asa, Quezon City, chose the latter.
Dati po, ang order namin, 400 yung isang takal. Puno po yun. Pero ngayon, nagbawas na ako kasi binawasan lang namin yung takal, pero yung price ganun pa rin po kasi mahirap biglain.
This as the price of the LPG she regularly orders increased to 900 pesos this month from the previous 780 pesos in January. Meanwhile, Janice Gasita, owner of an eatery located at the Teachers Village, opted to hike prices by 5 to 10 pesos per serving instead. She said they now buy LPG at 890 pesos, 100 pesos higher than the rate of LPG last month. Several eateries, including Forondas and Gasitas, disclosed that they order LPG every other day or 3 times a week. This means they would be paying 2,700 pesos for their weekly LPG consumption this March. On this note, Foronda and Gasita hope prices of LPG would roll back come April so they can recover from the continuous oil price hikes.
Sana bumaba naman. Maganda kasi yung bumaba yung LPG kasi lahat ng presyo ng bilhin bababa din, babalik sa dati. Sana nga po bumaba na para naman makarecover na rin po kami.
The Department of Energy earlier estimated prices of the standard 11-kilogram cylinder of LPG to range from 794 pesos to 1,054 pesos this month. Jillian Geronimo for The Nation.
The full roster of 7 members of the Commission on Elections on Bank has been completed. Acting presidential spokesperson Martin Andanar confirmed President Duterte's appointment of Saidaman Pangarungan as the ad interim chairperson of COMELEC. Also appointed were known election lawyer attorney George Erwin Garcia, who was appointed ad interim COMELEC commissioner, along with attorney Amy Torrefranca Neri. This early, the new appointments are receiving criticisms, but the poll body appeals to detractors to give the new on-bank members a chance to prove that they are fair in fulfilling their duties.
Dumaan yan sa vetting process at dapat respetuhin natin ang prerogative ng Pangulo na pumili ng opisyal. Again, hindi naman ito basta lang na pinipili. Napakahabang proseso at merong mga vetting process. You know, it's not easy to choose an appointee na tatagal sa isang quasi-judicial independent body like the COMELEC.
A presidential candidate was against the idea of cutting down on fuel consumption by shunning the conduct of motorcades and caravans in the midst of a crisis caused by the continuing spike in fuel prices. But that's not the case now. Other candidates, on the other hand, gave their suggestions on how best to muster enough supply to satisfy the country's ever-growing need for power supply and fuel. These and other stories in tonight's political wrap-up by Patrick De Jesus.
Presidential candidate Manila Mayor Isko Moreno Domagoso was welcomed warmly by Tarlaqueños, where he was swarmed by supporters when he went to a mall in the province. Mayor Isko expressed willingness to reduce his motorcades to help save fuel due to the rising oil prices.
Kanina, di ba, meron pa kami isang bayan, tumigil na kami. Pero pinipilit pa rin namin na makapasok sa loob-looban at nilalapit na namin sa kanilang tahanan. Yes, of course.
Domagoso reiterated his suggestion to cut oil and electricity taxes by 50%, and he encouraged lawmakers to hold a special session to ease off high prices burdening the public right now. Meanwhile, Domagoso is still open to the endorsement of President Rodrigo Duterte, despite the president's statement in Ilocos last week that it is up to Filipinos to choose the next Ilocano leader.
Limbawa, tulungan ako ni President Duterte, i-endorse ko, napakalaking bonus nun. Sa puso't damdamin ng ating mga kababayan, anumang tigas ng bulalo, lalambot din to. Hanggat walang halalan, may pag-asa.
Meanwhile, the Bongbong Sara tandem went to Bulacan and roamed the towns of Giginto and Mecawayan. Following Vice President Denny Robredo's visit in the province recently, it can be seen how BBM and Mayor Sara were warmly welcomed by Bulaqueños. In response, the two candidates hugged some of their supporters. Meanwhile, the tandem wants to maximize the use of nuclear power immediately if they will be elected. Presidential candidate and Senator Manny Pacquiao is willing to temporarily suspend his campaign activities to have a special session at the Senate and propose the suspension of excise tax on oil. The lawmaker reiterated his appeal to remove the value-added tax or VAT and allocate funds for giving subsidy to consumers.
Wala akong problema. Unahin natin yung pangailangan ng taong bayan bago yung sarili natin na pangampanya. Total, alam naman ng tao na tumatakbo tayo. Gampanan natin yung trabaho natin.
For Senator Ping Lacson, the country should maximize its own biomass and solar energy as alternative to oil amidst the continuous price hike on petroleum products.
Kailangan meron tayong short term, medium term, saka long term. Yung pinaka long term, we should take a serious look at our own resources.
Presidential candidate and Vice President Leni Robredo insisted there was no cheating in the 2016 vice presidential race during her campaign in Surigao del Sur. In response to critics, she pointed out that the Supreme Court already released a decision in her favor and junked the poll protest filed by Marcos Jr. Robredo is also disregarding remarks from her bashers on social media, such as Lenny Lugao or Lutang.
Trabaho lang tayo na nagtrabaho. Yung opisina po namin, yung Office of the Vice President, napaka-konti din ng aming budget. Pero siniguro po namin na kahit konti yung budget namin, marami kaming natutulungan.
In commemoration of the International Women's Day, Robredo signed an agreement to fight for the rights of women. Independent presidential candidate Ernesto Abella courted voters in Cabanatuan City, Nueva Ecija, as supporters helped promote his platforms. Patrick De Jesus reporting for PTV Election TV.
The Supreme Court has temporarily stopped COMELEC's Operation Baklas. The High Tribunal, in an en banc decision, gave respondents, acting COMELEC Chair Socorro Inting and COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez 10 days to comment on a petition that sought a stop to such operation. Operation Baklas cracked down on supposedly illegal election campaign materials, even on private premises.
The Commission on Elections temporarily suspended its memorandum of agreement with Rappler. Earlier, the Office of the Solicitor General filed a petition before the Supreme Court to have the agreement between the poll body and the digital media company voided. Solicitor General Jose Carida cited in his petition that Rappler is a foreign non-registered entity, thus should not be allowed to have any involvement in activities related to the elections.
The Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas reports that the country's gross international reserves level grew last month. Based on its latest data, the country's GIR level rose to $107.98 billion as of end February, slightly higher than what was recorded in the previous month. According to the BSP, this month-on-month increase in the GIR level reflected the upward adjustment in the value of gold holdings due to the higher price of gold in the international market. President Rodrigo Duterte cites the importance of women in nation building. The details of today's International Women's Day celebration follow this quick break.
Sa nalalapit na isa na namang makasaysayang halalan, nakabantay ang buong liga ng PTV. Mula Luzon, Visayas, at Mindanao. Masusing maghahatid ng mga balita at kaganapan. Pakikinggan ang boses ng bayan, mapatelebisyon, hanggang online. Kasama ang mga dekalibre at mapagkakatiwalaang tagapagbalita ng PTV News. Abangan ang pinakamalawak at pinakakomprehensibong pag-uulat sa hatol ng bayan. Dito sa PTV Election TV.
Noong 2020, ang Pilipinas ay tinatayang mayroong 1,488 na municipalities, 33 highly urbanized cities, 108 na component cities, at 5 independent component cities. Ang lahat ng mga lokal na pamahalaang ito ay maghahalal ng kani-kanilang mayor at vice mayor ngayong May 2022 elections. Hanggang 3 consecutive 3-year terms ang maaaring itagal ng isang mayor at vice mayor sa kanyang posisyon. Ang alkalde ang siyang nangangasiwa sa lahat ng programa at proyekto sa kanyang LGU para mapaunlad ito, kasama na ang basic services at health facilities. Siya rin ang tagapagpatupad ng lahat ng ordinansa at polisiya sa kanyang lugar. Ang vice-alkalde naman ang namumuno sa municipal o city council at siya ang lalagda sa mga gastusin nito. Ang vice mayor din ang nakatakdang pumalit sa mayor sakaling mabakante ang posisyong ito. Tandaan, ang mapipiling mayor at vice mayor ang isa sa mga dapat maunang tumugon sa mga pangangailangan, lalo na sa gitna ng krisis sa lugar na kanilang nasasakupan. Isang mahalagang kaalaman, para sa matalinong pagpili ngayong halalan.
Sa paglipanan ng maling balita, dito ka nasusubok at totoo. Kumpletong pagtalakay sa COVID-19 at mga hakbang ng pamahalaan laban sa pandemya. Dito nyo malalaman. Samahan ang dalawa sa pinakapinagkakatiwalaang tambalan sa telebisyon. Public Briefing. #Laging Handa PH. Lunes hanggang Sabado na umaga sa PTV.
President Rodrigo Duterte, in his talk to the people last night, ordered that members of the New People's Army be invited to the inauguration of some of the government's projects. The chief executive said that instead of causing mayhem and attacking government troops, it would be better if the NPA rebels merely attend formal government activities. He assured those who attend will not be arrested and instead be given the opportunity to talk and break bread together.
Yung pag-inaugurate mo doon sa Samar, Art, huwag mo kalimutan na imbitahin yung mga NPA.
Oo.
Walang ginawa kung mag-ambos sa sundalo ko. Yayain mo na lang para ako na ang nagyaya. Magkita na lang tayo doon. Walang hulihan. Kasali kay lahat, pati sa kainan.
The president has signified through a message that he is one with the nation in celebrating International Women's Day. Meanwhile, even the People's Television Network has an activity which aims not only to raise awareness on gender and development, or GAD, but also affords female entrepreneurs the opportunity to earn. How? Naomi Tiburcio explains in this report.
President Rodrigo Duterte joined the nation in the celebration of International Women's Day. In a speech read by acting presidential spokesperson Secretary Martin Andanor, the president says the Philippines can do better to uphold gender equality, such as bridging the gap in education, information, and innovation for Filipino women.
And I quote, "I join the entire nation in celebrating the International Women's Day. I am truly proud of the Philippines' distinction as a shining beacon of gender equality and women empowerment in the world, be it in politics, business, academia, and local communities. Most especially in our homes, women have occupied and continue to occupy positions of power and influence in our society."
Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Palakpakan po tayong lahat. Yan, mabilisan.
At the People's Television Network headquarters in Quezon City, a bazaar was officially opened in celebration of Women's Day. The bazaar, entitled Fairy God Natin To, is participated by 15 business owners from PTV as well as other agencies, most of which belongs to female entrepreneurs. The event is led by the PTV Gender and Development Focal Point System. The fair offers various products from food, clothing, and handicrafts. Among those that joined the fair is Yugto Creations, a livelihood project of the Correctional Institution for Women to market various handicrafts made by female persons deprived of liberty.
Ito po yung mga gawa ng PDL namin. So, nagbibigay po kami ng training sa kanila, tapos para paglabas po nila, kahit na hindi po sila mag-apply ng trabaho, may mga business silang pwedeng pasukan. May mga ilang PDL po kasi tayo ng mga walang dalaw. So, hindi po sila napapadala ng family nila. So, ito pong livelihood na ginagawa nila, kumikita po sila at the same time, nababawasan po yung boredom.
This is the first GAD fair since the pandemic, and the PTNI GFPS chair, Elizabeth Kachin, says there is no better time to launch the fair as many entrepreneurs struggle to grow with the current challenges in the global economy.
Nakakatulong po tayo sa mga women entrepreneurs, at the same time, open dito sa all other genders na meron pong micro, small, and medium enterprises. So, nakakatulong to sa kanilang pamilya, and at the same time, na-empower din sila, nakikilala ang kanilang mga products.
The PTV management is hoping the activity will send out a message of equality among genders.
At sa lahat po ng mga kasali sa mga booth na to, sa mga nag-organize, congratulations, and I'm looking forward for more of that project. Thank you!
I just fervently hope and wish that more and more women, especially here in PTV, would be aware of their rights and be free from discrimination and inequality.
Naomi Tiborsio for The Nation.
From leading ride-hailing companies to being instrumental in the creation of an apparatus to bring us all closer to the heavenly bodies, women have long been at the forefront of worthwhile and life-changing endeavors that make the lives of all sexes better and better. This report. Women have risen above and beyond the glass ceiling over the decades. In the Philippines, institutions, especially businesses, are now being led by female bosses, showing diversity and inclusivity in society. A leading delivery and ride-hailing app appointed Grace Vera Cruz as its country head in the midst of the challenges of the pandemic. Under her leadership, the company continues to provide job opportunities for riders and merchants, as well as easier access to food, medicine, groceries, and transportation to Filipinos in the metro and other provinces. This platform provides meaningful support to the country's recovery efforts. Its competitor, a passenger transport and delivery mobile app, was also founded by an equally talented and amazing woman, Angeline Tam, with her vision of providing free training for bikers nationwide. Expect a decrease in traffic woes and improvement in road responsibility among riders and pedestrians alike. A controversial feature of the infamous basahan or rags in vogue made patrons of rags to riches quick to defend founder Riz Fernandez Ruiz, who was first to translate the local artisan weaves into fashionable pieces. Fernandez Ruiz started the social enterprise in 2007 to uplift the quality of living of mothers in payatas. From creating eye-catching hand candies, Rags to Riches has now expanded to home collections and even ethical clothing available not only in the Philippines, but also abroad. And if conquering the earth was not enough, these two women have gone above and beyond our planet. Dr. Gay Jane Perez proudly led the country's microsat program, which was responsible for the deployment of Diwata-1, the first satellite of the Philippines in space in 2016. This was further boosted with the establishment of the Philippine Space Agency 3 years later. Abroad, there is engineer Josephine Santiago Bond, who works as a system engineer in NASA after graduating from the University of the Philippines. Being in a traditionally male-dominated industry, she says, allows her to promote gender and cultural awareness by creating shared experiences. Today, as we celebrate International Women's Day, we put the spotlight on these powerful Filipinas leading communities, dominating industries, and even conquering outer space. They are living proof that women not only thrives, but shines, wherever, whenever. Hashtag break the bias.
The Department of Foreign Affairs is expecting more Filipino evacuees from Ukraine to come home in the coming days. The government assured that livelihood and re-employment assistance will be provided for them, as we hear more from Naomi Tiborsio.
After weeks of voluntary evacuation effective yesterday, March 7, the Department of Foreign Affairs ordered mandatory evacuation for Filipinos in Ukraine because of the worsening security conditions in the country. However, few Filipinos still remain in the said country, including Rhea, who is unable to leave without her husband. This as Ukrainian men aged 18 to 60 are banned from leaving the country under martial law. Government agencies continue to urge Filipinos to evacuate. At the laging handa public briefing, the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration assured livelihood and re-employment assistance for returning Filipinos.
And we're expecting a few more, lalo na sa mga seafarers. So, yun po. At I thought I heard a part about the budget. Huwag kong mag-alala. Sapat na sapat po ang pondo natin sa OWA para makatulong sa mga nanunumbalik mula sa Ukraine. Hindi lamang po mula sa Ukraine, mula sa ibang bansa rin ng mga different OFW.
Since the start of the Russian invasion of the Eastern European state, 63 Filipinos have been repatriated, while 136 evacuated to other countries such as Poland, Moldova, Romania, Austria, Hungary, among others. The DFA ensured help for Filipinos still in Ukraine who are in need of assistance. The United Nations reported that evacuees fleeing Ukraine is now running at 2 million. Casualties increased to more than 1,000. 400 of them are believed to have perished, but the UN believes this number may be higher in actuality. Meanwhile, Russia announced another ceasefire to open more humanitarian corridors for fleeing residents. Ukraine earlier rejected Moscow's plan to only allow civilians to exit Ukraine through Russia and Belarus. The United Nations stressed affected residents should be free to choose where to travel.
The parties need to take constant care to spare civilians and civilian homes and infrastructure in their military operations. This includes allowing safe passage for civilians to leave areas of active hostilities on a voluntary basis in the direction they choose.
Meanwhile, amid ongoing tensions, banning of Russian gas and oil imports are being explored by the West. Russia's Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak said the rejection of Russian oil would lead to catastrophic consequences to the global market. He says this move might push oil prices to $300 per barrel. Naomi Tiborsio for The Nation.
A Ukrainian official has accused Russia of preventing humanitarian evacuations despite earlier agreements. In a tweet, Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs Dmytro Kuleba claimed that Russian troops hold 300,000 civilians hostage in Mariupol, a southeastern city of Ukraine. Both the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry spokesman Oleg Nikolenko and the Ukrainian Defense Ministry have also accused Russian forces of shelling the humanitarian corridor in the key southern city. There are reports that humanitarian aid is on its way to the city, but it is still unclear if it will be able to get in. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has yet to comment on this, but earlier posted a video of himself speaking from his office in the capital Kyiv, insisting he is not hiding.
Залишаюсь у Києві, на Банковій, не ховаючись, і нікого не боюсь, стільки, скільки потрібно, щоб перемогти у цій нашій вітчизняній війні.
Asian and U.S. stock markets suffered losses on Tuesday on worries the rising energy prices would slow the economy. The Philippine Stock Exchange Index plunged below 7,000 after a major hike in pump prices took effect. Japan's Nikkei also closed lower by 1.71%, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index fell by 1.39%. Wall Street also recorded its biggest drop in more than a year, with the S&P 500 falling by 3% and the Nasdaq Composite sliding 3.6%. Stocks fell after a barrel of Brent crude oil surged to $130.
The Russian government says it may close its main gas pipeline, the Nord Stream 1, to Germany if the West pushes through with a ban on Russian oil. According to Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak, a rejection of Russian oil would lead to catastrophic consequences for the global market, causing prices to surge more than double to $300 a barrel. The United States earlier announced that it is discussing with its European allies a potential ban of Russian oil to punish Moscow for its invasion of Ukraine. Germany and the Netherlands were quick to reject the plan.
The World Bank has approved a $723 million funding for Ukraine. The package includes $489 million in loans and guarantees, $134 million in grant financing, and $100 million in parallel financing. In a statement, the World Bank says it stands with the people of Ukraine while assuring more help to address the human and economic impact of the crisis.
And here are the results of tonight's multi-million peso lotto draws from the PCSO.
Good evening, Lotto players. For those who missed our draws today, March 8, 2022, I will be doing a recap of the winning numbers. Let's start off with the results of our 2 p.m. draw. For the 2D Lotto, we have 30 and 18 in exact order. For 3D Lotto, we have 4, 8, and 8 in exact order. And the results of our 5 p.m. draw. For the 2D Lotto, we have 23 and 5 in exact order. For 3D Lotto, we have 1, 3, and 0 in exact order. And finally, the results of our 9 p.m. draw. For the 2D Lotto, we have 28 and 21 in exact order. For 3D Lotto, 4, 3, and 5 in exact order. For 6D Lotto, 2, 2, 6, 2, 4, and 5 in exact order. For Lotto 642, we have 36, 32, 42, 15, 28, and 12 in any order for the jackpot prize of 5,940,000 pesos, net of the agent's prize commission. For the Super Lotto 649, we have 11, 44, 15, 17, 7, and 38 in any order for the jackpot prize of 45,005,988 pesos and 20 centavos, net of the agent's prize commission. For the Ultra Lotto 658, we have 44, 54, 17, 11, 42, and 49 in any order for the jackpot prize of 58,837,785 pesos and 80 centavos, net of the agent's prize commission. Do we have jackpot winners tonight? According to the PCSO Data Center for Lotto 642, we have no winner. For Super Lotto 649, also no winner. And for Ultra Lotto 658, still no winner. That's all for tonight. I am Fez Celebrado III for the PCSO Lottery Draw Recap. Thank you and good evening.
Pag-asa is still monitoring the low-pressure area inside of the country. According to its latest update, this weather disturbance was last plotted some 245 kilometers west of General Santos City, South Cotabato. Due to the LPA, cloudy skies with scattered rain showers and thunderstorms will be experienced in Mindanao, eastern and central Visayas, and the southern portion of Palawan. Meanwhile, Cagayan Valley, the Bicol region, Aurora, Quezon, Metro Manila, and the rest of the country will have cloudy skies with light rains due to the northeast monsoon. Let's find out what the weather will be like in key Philippine and Asian cities.
Coming up, a slight accident at an NIA involving a Cebu Pacific turboprop aircraft. Stay with us.
From worst to first, the country's new normal status catapults it to the top in the ASEAN and Southeast Asia in anti-pandemic response, given the latest count in key viral metrics. PTV's Mela Lesmoras gets us up to speed in this report.
The Philippines has now fewer cases of COVID-19 compared to other countries in Southeast Asia. This was highlighted by Health Secretary Francisco Duque III during President Rodrigo Duterte's talk to the people. According to Secretary Duque, among the reasons behind the better COVID-19 situation in the country include intensified vaccination, strict compliance of the people to the minimum public health standards, and the good leadership of the Duterte administration. The good news is, along with the decline in COVID-19 cases, the hospital utilization rate and death rate in the country due to COVID-19 also continue to go down.
Tayo po ang meron ng pinakamababa ng pagdating po sa daily new confirmed COVID-19 cases per million people as of 8.82 na lang po tayo. Samantalang tingnan niyo po, nagliparan ng Singapore ay 3,000 plus per million population. Ang Vietnam naman 1,300 thereabouts, Malaysia 845. Tayo na po ang pinakamababa dito sa slide na ito makikita.
To sustain the good standing of the Philippines when it comes to the fight against COVID-19, Vaccine Czar and NTF Chief Implementer Carlito Galvez Jr. said the government is now preparing the new round of National Vaccination Days campaign scheduled on March 10 to 12.
Ang target po natin dito ay mapalawak ang pag-booster sa ating eligible sectors from 18 and above. At ang target po natin na 1.8 million to 2 million ang ating mababakunahan po sa ating gaganapin na 3 days na vaccination days.
But with the situation getting better, many are asking, come March 16, will the alert level 1 or new normal be declared for the whole country already? To which acting presidential spokesperson and PCOO Secretary Martin Andenar answered,
Hintayin po natin, Mela, ang desisyon ng IATF sa bagay na iyan. Sa Huwebes o Thursday ay magkakaroon po ng pagpupulong ang IATF.
Meanwhile, amidst all the measures of the government against COVID-19, President Duterte has this to say to the public.
It is important for the compliance of the law. But it's in the mind na minsan ayaw talaga ng iba. Well, I appreciate the decorum adopted by our law enforcement.
Melalas Moras for the Nation.
The resumption of mass pandemic protection for the public is best performed in private clinics and not in nationally designated or local government sites going forward. So says testing czar and presidential advisor on COVID response Vince Dizon as the fourth in a series of vaccine holidays loom closer and with herd immunity within grasp. Such shift in vaccine administration would physically bring access to vaccines even closer to the public. Even better, the Philippine Medical Association is gladly offering a hand in the upcoming fourth round of mass vaccinations with a shift to private clinics. The DOH, which is providing the vaccines for the fourth round of vaccine holidays, met this afternoon with other stakeholders to discuss which private clinics are ready to function as public jab sites.
Kahit din natin ang ating mga kasamahan ng mga doktor na kung may mga makipag-coordinate lang po sa local LGU para po doon sa bakuna at ginagawa nga po ni na Yusek Mirna Kabutahe itong magandang partnership PPP between the private and the public partnership na ginagawa po natin na para po lalo tayo makapunta sa ating mga grassroots level.
To help cushion the huge and overpowering impact of the latest round of gas and fuel product hikes, the nation's leading technocrats and economic managers are pleading for a nationwide declaration of Alert Level 1. The addition of millions more into the workplace spells productivity to offset the loss of revenue as a result of soaring oil prices, but our Mark Pepalco sums up in this report.
Vaccine Czar Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr. said he's open to the idea of placing the whole country under Alert Level 1. He said this will help the country's economy to achieve full recovery and prepare for the effects of the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
Based sa report ni Secretary Duque, very encouraging na yung buong Pilipinas ay nasa minimum health risk na siya. Meaning kung walang other requirement on vaccination, pwede nating ilagay sa Alert Level 1. So we will be having our IATF meeting on Thursday.
For his part, Dr. Jose De Grano of the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines recommends to wait for the COVID-19 cases to drop even further before placing all regions under the most lenient Alert Level 1.
Nakikita natin na yung pagbaba ng cases, hindi drastic, hindi mabilis eh. Para bang mabagal yung baba.
Meanwhile, DOH Secretary Francisco Duque III said,
maaga-aga pa yan. Tayo muna natin itong 39 na mga lugar kasama NCR na asa alert level 1 ngayon. Kung may madadagdagan, so much the better. Pero sa Thursday pa natin malalaman dahil doon lang mag-meeting muli ang IATF para alamin kung ano yung bagong vaccination coverage.
To recall, the improving COVID-19 situation and high vaccination rate have prompted the government to place Metro Manila and 38 other areas under Alert Level 1 from March 1 to 15.
1 week na po yung Alert Level 1 and yung ating number of cases is still mababa. Okay, nag-plateau na. And then even our positivity rate is low. Yung ating healthcare utilization rate is low na.
Meanwhile, the DOH and NTF conducted a vaccination activity at a BPO company in Makati City in preparation for the 4th Bayanihan Bakunahan National Vaccination Drive this weekend.
Nakita natin saturated na yung mga vaccination sites and we have to bring the vaccines to the people already sa mga houses and also to the workplaces.
Mark Fetalco for The Nation.
An airplane of Cebu Pacific figured in a runway excursion at the NAIA Terminal 3 earlier today. Cebu Pacific in a statement says that flight DG6112 came from Naga and was bound for Manila when the incident happened. All 42 passengers and 4 crew members deplaned safely and did not suffer any injuries, the airline company said. The plane involved in the incident was removed from the runway at around 1 in the afternoon.
The Philippine National Police Criminal Investigation and Detection Group is preparing the charges against the suspects involved in the disappearance of over 30 East Sabong players. PNP spokesperson Police Colonel John Fajardo said they already have a witness who could possibly identify some of these suspects. The suspects could face charges of kidnapping and illegal detention.
Several barangays in Davao City submerged in flood waters due to heavy rainfall brought by a low-pressure area. This and other stories in tonight's provincial roundup by Alan Francisco.
In Abra, residents of Barangay Dulaw expressed gratitude to the assistance extended by the government to their area, like the improvement of the road. Barangay Dulaw is one of the 8 communist terrorist group cleared areas in the Cordillera region and has been receiving support from the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. In Davao City, several barangays experienced the heavy flooding Monday night. The rains were brought about by a low-pressure area in Mindanao. In Davao, the newly refurbished Cinematic Center opened to the public as part of the activities for the Cinema Region Film Festival of the National Commission for the Culture and the Arts or NCCA. The Cinematic Center was constructed in 2012 through an agreement between the local government of Davao and the Film Development Council of the Philippines. The small movie house shows films made by local and international filmmakers. Alan Francisco for The Nation.
In news overseas, hundreds of people have evacuated their homes after wildfires hit Florida. Meanwhile, a deer may have just passed COVID-19 virus back to a person. These and other developments across the seas in tonight's Foreign News Roundup by Meg Luna.
Huge wildfires burned thousands of acres and forced hundreds of people to evacuate in the northwestern part of Florida. The wildfires destroyed homes and building structures over the weekend. Local authorities say they don't know yet when residents will be able to return to their homes as firefighters continue to battle the blaze. A potential case of COVID-19 transmission between the white-tailed deer and humans is under review. According to the World Health Organization, it is monitoring the transmission of the virus among animal populations for fear they could facilitate new variants and infect humans. The organization stressed the virus that causes COVID-19 is also known to infect animal species like cats, dogs, deers, and even wild animals. Meanwhile, the Amazon rainforest is losing its capacity to recover from droughts and fires. Scientists from England warned the Amazon could transition into a savanna, a plain area with few trees, faster than expected. Experts said if global temperature could be brought down through massive carbon dioxide removal or any other methods, the world might be able to rescue the area. Meg Luna for The Nation.
The mentor that led the national squad to its historic first stint in the international arena will be staying on. Alan Stajcic will remain as head coach of the Philippine women's national football team until the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup. Kay Asuncion has more of the details in this report.
Australian coach Alan Stajcic will be staying on with the Philippine women's national football team until the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, which will be held in New Zealand and Australia from July to August of next year. Stajcic signed a contract extension recently for him and his coaching staff to continue their services. These include assistant coach Noel Ararte and strength and conditioning coach Luca Tunetti. Under Stajcic's guidance, the National Lady Booters made it to the quarterfinals of the AFC Women's Asia Cup after beating Taiwan. Stajcic was very pleased that he would be able to continue his services until the World Cup comes. He also lauded the Asian Cup performance of the national women's squad, but he finds more special the partnership forged in a short time. But according to team manager Jeff Cheng, this is just the beginning of the challenges that the Philippine Lady Booters will be facing in the FIFA World Cup. Meanwhile, the Philippine Football Federation President Mariano Nonong Araneta is thankful for the decision of Stajcic to stay on with the Philippine team. PFF Secretary General Attorney Edwin Gastanes attests to the fact that Stajcic has proven that Filipinos can be a top-caliber team when it comes to women's football. He is also thankful for Stajcic's commitment to the team's coming tournaments this year in preparation for the World Cup. Kay Asuncion for The Nation.
Meanwhile, here is a recap of today's lottery draws.
For the 2 p.m. draw, the winning numbers for the 3D Lotto are 4, 8, 8, and 3018 for 2D Lotto. For the 5 p.m. draw, the lucky numbers for the 3D Lotto are 1, 3, 0, and 23-5 for 2D Lotto. For the 9 p.m. draw, beginning with the 6D Lotto, the winning numbers are 2, 2, 6, 2, 4, 5, while the lucky numbers for the 3D Lotto are 4, 3, 5, and 28-21 for 2D Lotto. For the Lotto 642 with a jackpot prize of 5,940,000 pesos, the winning numbers are 36, 32, 42, 15, 28, and 12. For the Super Lotto 649, bettors who pick the numbers 11, 44, 15, 17, 7, and 38 win the top prize of 45,005,988 pesos and 20 centavos. For the Ultra Lotto 658, the Mega Gem picked the numbers 44, 54, 17, 11, 42, and 49 for the jackpot prize of 58,837,785 pesos and 80 centavos. According to the PCSO, there are no winners for the Lotto 642, Super Lotto 649, and Ultra Lotto 658.
The declaration of a state of economic emergency is under study amid the fuel price crisis. President Rodrigo Duterte appoints a new chairperson and 2 new COMELEC commissioners ahead of the May 9 elections. The Supreme Court issues a temporary restraining order suspending COMELEC's Operation Baklas. The Philippines' gross international reserves level rises to $107.98 billion as of end February 2022. The Philippines joins the rest of the world in celebrating International Women's Day.
Our mental nourishment for tonight comes from Marguerite Annie Johnson, popularly known as Maya Angelou. She was an American poet, memoirist, civil rights activist, and regarded as one of the most renowned and influential voices of our time. And she once said, "I am grateful to be a woman. I must have done something great in another life." Joey and Kathy, I would like to share one of my favorite verses, which goes, "She is clothed in strength and dignity, and she laughs without fear of the future." I think this reminds us that being a woman we have come full circle in the sense that we can bring about life, we can nurture life, and we can transform the world. And with that being said, I'd like to also give a shout out to some of the most powerful and instrumental women in my life, my mom and my grandmother, my abuelita. I love you both. Happy Women's Month to everyone. Joey.
Wonderful and heartfelt charms. I love my mom. I love my mom, Elenita. I love my partners, Kathy and Charms. I love women in general. And I also recognize the power they have in their hands to change the world. As they say, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Kathy.
Thank you, Charms and Joey. For me, the theme for this year is very relevant, break the bias. So how do we do that? In our workplace, allow women to lead and take on the big roles. At home, men, remember to share the load. Joey?
We always do. Well, so goes PTV News Tonight's roundup of tomorrow's headline stories. I'm Joey Gilas.
And I'm Catherine Vital.
And I'm Charms Espina. Join us again tomorrow here at PTV News Tonight.
Magkakaroon tayo ng bayanihan, bakunahan, ang ika-4 na National Vaccination Days na sisimulan sa Huwebes, March 10 at tatagal ng 3 araw, Sabado, March 12. Target natin mabakunahan ang 1.8 million na katao. Para ipakita ang tunay na estado ng ating bansa, ilahad ang mga pinakabagong balita at pangyayari sa ating bayan. Ipaalam sa taong bayan ang katotohanan at ipaliwanag ang mga hakbang na ginagawa ng pamahalaan upang manatiling payapa at maiangat ang pamumuhay ng bawat Pilipino. Mula sa Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas, Mayor Rodrigo Roa Duterte, ito ang Talk to the People.
So we begin with, can you give your report, joint presentation of the Economic Development Center. I'll give this first to Secretary Dominguez, then to Secretary to...
I would like to start by saying that the conflict between Russia and Ukraine does not involve us directly. However, because neither Russia nor Ukraine is a major trading partner of ours. Instead, the Philippine economy will likely be collateral damage. It is as if we are hit by a ricocheting bullet. These indirect shocks are likely to be felt through four major channels. Is there a slide? Yeah, four major channels. The commodity market, the financial market, investments, and the impact on our fiscal health. First, oil and food prices are expected to go up as Russia is the largest exporter of natural gas and wheat, trigo, while Ukraine is the fourth largest exporter of corn. As the conflict continues, Ukraine and Russia's main trading partners, predominantly the European Union, will look to trade with other countries such as US and China, where we are buying both wheat and corn, thereby pushing up the prices of commodities in these markets as well. Second, the conflict will also likely cause a surge in interest rates or cost of borrowing, which was already expected to go up even prior to the crisis because of the US Fed's tightening monetary policies. The conflict will increase the perception of risk in investments. Third, investments are likely to decline or at least be on hold in the face of uncertainty, which may cause investors from the West to be more conservative or postpone their planned investments. Once sanctions are imposed, it will take a long time for investor and consumer confidence to return to normal. Lastly, all the aforesaid economic impacts will likely require government support to protect our vulnerable citizens and the critical sectors most affected by the crisis, and this will stretch our budget even further. However, I would like to emphasize that we do not expect this crisis to last very long. However, there may be some lingering effects. We have seen similar crises in the past, such as the Gulf War in 1990, the Asian financial crisis in 1997, the oil price shock of 2008, and also the first Russia-Ukraine conflict in 2014. And we have weathered all of these crises very well. We have experienced crises whose effects were more severe and direct to the economy, such as the Asian financial crisis in 1997 and the global financial crisis in 2008. These crises lasted much longer, and yet we were able to get through them. Based on these experiences, we are confident that we have the tools and the preparation necessary to help our people through this crisis. The following presentation of Secretary Chua will outline the Economic Development Cluster's recommendations to address these potential shocks. This crisis may increase prices across several sectors and thereby cause our inflation rate to breach our target, but with the measures that we discussed at the Economic Development Cluster, and which Secretary Chua will present, we are confident that we will be able to keep the inflation within our target range of 2 to 4% and maintain our growth path of 7 to 9% this year.
The Economic Development Cluster of Cabinet met this afternoon, and we are proposing 14 measures to alleviate the impact of the crisis on the people. So let me go through each of the 14 items. The first is on the overall economy, is to shift to alert level 1 at the soonest possible time for the entire country and open all the schools for face-to-face learning to increase our domestic economy and offset the external risk. So while we cannot prevent the risk from coming from the global perspective, we can strengthen our domestic economy to provide the people with more jobs and opportunities. The second one on gasoline and diesel, as you know, the price of gasoline and diesel has went up so much, no? So we are proposing the following interventions. The first is to increase fuel subsidy program for public utility vehicles from the already announced 2.5 billion to 5 billion. So we will double the subsidy. And the first tranche will be given in March and the second tranche in April. Number 2 is to continue working with the private firms on promotional discount of oil companies up to 1 to 4 peso per liter discount. So this will help alleviate additional for the jeepneys and the other PUVs. Number 3 is to increase our buffer stock of petroleum from the current 30 to 45 days. This will require a law that we can work with Congress. The fourth is to provide additional fuel vouchers for agricultural producers, and we will increase the budget from 500 million to 1.1 billion. The first tranche we will give in March, the second tranche in April. And by that time, we will have additional revenues to fund these subsidies. Going further, number 5 is to promote energy conservation everywhere in the private sector or in government offices. Number 6 is to suspend or remove the pass-through fees that are being charged by LGUs, industrial parks or subdivisions for deliveries, for truckings, and so on. Number 7 is to fully implement the service contracting, the subsidy that we give to, for instance, the buses to operate, and to expand it to all public transport routes. Number 8 is to promote e-vehicles and expand access to charging stations. And number 9 is to aggressively promote active transport, including bicycles. Now, many people are using LPG or liquefied petroleum gas. What we propose is to increase our buffer stock from the current 7 to 15 days. So when we expand the buffer stock, we can ensure more adequate supply and meet demand in case there is a global shortage. And this will require a new law. The next one is on coal. We use coal to power, I think, half of our power generation. And we propose to expand supply and reduce price as a result by reducing the most favored nation or MFN tariff rate, which is currently 7% to 0, temporarily until December 2022. So the effect people will feel is pass-through of lower power charges, and to maintain our buffer stock at the current 30 days minimum because we have sufficient inventory. Let me now go to the 5th recommendation for electricity. We propose as gasoline and diesel alike to promote energy conservation, including the use of sensor technology for energy saving. So once we are, for instance, overlighted, we can cut down the use of light. The next is to stagger the increase in generation charge. And I understand the power companies have agreed to this in the report of Secretary Cusi. And then number 3 and 4 is to allow foreign ownership in microgrid, solar, wind, and tidal energy. This would require revision of the IRR. This will allow more players to come in and to offset our need for more coal, which is already 3 or 4 times more expensive. And now let me go to the food side. Number 6 is our support to the overall agriculture sector, because one of the transmission, apart from energy, Mr. President, is the food. So we will implement vigorously the Plant program, Part 2, subject to the availability of funds, and provide targeted fertilizer vouchers to farmers, and to discuss with our bilateral partners on possible additional supply of fertilizers, which is needed for production in agriculture. Let me now go to number 7, which is rice. The Department of Agriculture has agreed to closely monitor rice inflation, and the National Food Authority to closely monitor the buffer stock. We will also help the local government units increase their buffer stock, so to ensure we have adequate supply in each province. And the Land Bank of the Philippines, LBP, and the Development Bank of the Philippines will provide concessional loans or funding for working capital, particularly in the procurement of post-harvest facilities and warehouses. We will also accelerate the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund implementation and other parts of the National Rice Program in the budget so that we increase local production. Now, should the local production not be enough, we will temporarily import to keep prices low and make sure we have adequate rice for all Filipinos. So we propose to facilitate the continuous release of the sanitary and phytosanitary import clearances, especially for the shipment that will arrive in the lean season of July. Kasi yung gitna ng April and August is the October rather is the lean season. While waiting for the harvest, we may need more import. And we propose to expand supply and reduce price by extending the 35% tariff rate until December 2022. Mr. President, you have issued an executive order for this, but it will expire in June so that we maintain a good supply of rice and keep the prices low. We propose its extension. Let me now go to number 8 on corn. Corn is important as feed for poultry, for livestock. So we propose to expand supply and reduce the price by lowering the most favored nation tariff rate to 5% in quota and 15% out quota, and allow a minimum access volume where they can avail of the lower tariff rate of 4 million metric ton until the end of the year. So this is temporary to ensure that we have adequate feed so that we can buy chicken and pork in a cheaper price. And we will import more feed wheat and produce more cassava because these are substitutes for feeds for chicken and for pigs, for instance. Number 9 on pork, we still have the African swine fever, but we are slowly recovering. We propose that to ensure a lower price of pork and adequate supply, we extend the lower tariff rate of 15% in quota and 25% out quota with a MAV or minimum access volume of 200 metric ton until December 2022. Presently, Mr. President, may EO tayo until May, but we deem it is necessary to extend this to ensure lower price for the people and adequate supply. We also propose to accelerate the release of imported pork from the cold storage. So marami pong na-import na pork, but we have to release it for the people's consumption, especially outside NCR. We propose also to pass the livestock and dairy bill now pending in the Senate kasi ito yung tutulong talaga sa hog raisers and to increase our dairy production. And finally, to remove all the non-tariff barriers that prevent the smooth or proper importation of pork. Number 10 is on fish. We have a big shortage of fish. So we propose the issuance of a CNI or a certificate for the necessity to import small pelagic fish from the ocean tulad ng galunggong from the second quarter to the fourth quarter. Our estimate is we need it to fill an additional 140,000 metric ton because we have a supply gap of 200,000 metric ton. So yung na-release na import allocation is 60,000. So we need to increase this. So the end result is adequate supply so that the people can have lower price for fish and also to remove all other non-tariff barriers. Let me now go to number 11 on chicken. We propose, bilisan natin, accelerate the release of the sanitary and phytosanitary clearances from the National Meat Inspection Service, cold storage warehouses, so that we can increase yung inventory and supply kasi hindi pa tayo umaabot sa pre-COVID-19 pandemic level. So mayroon pa tayong shortage sa chicken. And the people who eat chicken, for instance, Chicken Joy, nafe-feel nila tong crunch and the higher price. Number 12 po sa sugar, we have to address a court temporary restraining order that prevent us from pursuing yung sugar import natin. And the economic team has proposed that we allow direct importation by the industrial users, yung mga food manufacturers, beverage manufacturer, on a 1-to-1 ratio. So they will buy 50% from the domestic to help our farmers, pero kulang po yan, so we have to import the extra that is needed so that we can help our food producers also. Number 13 on wheat, now this is needed for bread production, for pasta, spaghetti, is to expand our sources of wheat, and India is offering to provide, for instance, an additional supply of wheat. We have a project, yung Pinoy Tasty Project, so that we promote and buy local bread na masarap naman, and we promote non-wheat flour substitute, such as yung Sagip Nutri flour na gawa sa cassava, sweet potato, mongo, and banana flour. All of these are meant to ensure that we have adequate bread at affordable prices. And finally, Mr. President, since itong renewable energy and agriculture napakahalaga sa atin, we propose that we include it in the Strategic Investment Priority Plan under the Board of Investment para mabigyan ng sapat na attention, may investors na pumasok para i-increase yung supply ng ating pagkain at yung energy. So, Mr. President, this is the recommendation of the Economic Development Cluster to alleviate the impact of the Russia-Ukraine crisis on the people, notably yung pagtaas ng presyo ng pagkain kuryente, gasolina at diesel. Yan lang po. Maraming salamat.
Carl, given the time that we are here for the time being, I'd like to know if we could come up immediately with the enabling law sa recommendations mo.
Mr. President, in terms of the subsidies, no, we have it already in the budget, so we will implement it immediately. In terms of the tariff reduction po, since Congress is not in session, we will submit a request for the issuance of an executive order. And there are dalawa lang po na kailangan ng batas. We will prepare it immediately so that Congress can consider it immediately when they return in May for a session.
Yes,
We will work hard on this. Thank you.
We have a long haul sa walang trabaho. Days that Congress is not functioning. I wonder if we can have that the laws that you want to be enacted to support your recommendation. Yun lang ang ano ko doon. Given the time that we stay here, that we can act on it on our own. Baka lalampas na yun sa kabila. And I just hope that they would, read your study very carefully.
Mr. President, if the situation escalates, we could recommend a special session if mag-escalate po.
Mas mabuti pa pag-isipan na lang natin yan. Bingbong siguro will. Tignan mo daw mo para mapasa natin. Para, alam mo, so there's gonna be an election. At after there will be euphoria. Then nobody's really focusing on anything except yung pagpalit ng tao, kung ano, reorganization dito, changing of the guards. So that would eat a lot of time. And itong recommendations ng NEDA is really vital to keep the economy humming for a few months. More so that there is, I think, baski na mahinto ito, the fractured economies already in Europe would affect us more or less by next year. Nandiyan na yan. Hindi nga towards the end of the year. So,
we will just coordinate with
prangka-prangkahan na lang natin yung Congress. This is intended really for the welfare of the people. If you have the time, sit with us and we can discuss it. Otherwise, you're on your own. Kung hindi ibaliwala ninyo itong pinag-aralan na ng outgoing administration. So, salamat. Is that all?
That would be all.
Salamat.
We can, if you approve, Mr. President, we can.
Secretary Kose, Chua, Kosiha.
Nasama na Mayor yung report namin sa economic cluster.
Sabay-sabay na yun.
Sabay-sabay na po, pati agriculture.
Then we have the critical contribution of Secretary Duque?
Para po sa linggo ng ng March 1 to 7, ngayong taon may naidagdag na 6,207 na bagong kaso o katumbas po nito ay 899 daily average cases at mas mababa po ito ng 31% kumpara sa naitalang kaso para sa February 22 to 28 na 9,148 cases at meron pong 1,306 daily average cases. At sa 6,297 na karagdagan kaso sa linggong ito, yung pong 1,479 ay mula sa NCR, 836 sa Region 4A at 775 sa Region 6. Tatlo naman po ang naidagdag na severe and critical cases sa talaan habang 615 ang bilang ng mga karagdagang verified deaths para sa linggong ito. Ang current cumulative case fatality rate ay nasa 1.56%, mababa po kumpara sa global fatality rate ng 2.04%. Ang ating pong recoveries ay umabot naman sa 9,954 para sa linggong ito at sa kabuuan 98.7% ang cumulative recovery rate ng bansa. Patuloy po na bumababa ang ating national utilization rates na nasa 18% para sa non-ICU bed utilization rate at 26% naman para sa ICU beds. Out of the 6,572 total admissions at the national level, 16.1% lamang ng mga ito ay severe at critical admissions. At panghuli, ang ating pong national 7-day moving average positivity rate ay bumaba at ito po ay kasalukuyan 4.2% ditong February 28 to March 6, habang ang ating pong daily RT-PCR testing output ay kasalukuyang nasa 24,219 tests kada araw. Lahat po itong mga metrics na ito ay patuloy na bumababa, Mr. President. And next slide, ito lamang po ang ating national epi curve na kung saan muli magpapakita ng pagbaba ng ating po mga kaso. Kung saan gaya ng naunang nabanggit, meron po tayong 900 more or less average daily cases ayon sa onset ng symptoms ng ating naitala noong March 1 to 7 at mas mababa po ito ng mga 30% sa ating average 1,306 cases noong po February 22 to 28. Sa NCR naman, mayroon 211 average daily cases ayon sa onset ng symptoms at mas mababa po ng 26% kumpara sa ating average noong 286 noong February 22 to 28. Ang mababang trend ng mga kaso ay makikita rin po sa the rest of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Itong next slide, maganda po ito, mapakita kung ano po ang ating estado kumpara naman sa mga ibang bansa ng Southeast Asia. Next slide. Ito, Mr. President, makikita rito, yung Philippines, tayo po ang meron ng pinakamababa ng pagdating po sa daily new confirmed COVID-19 cases per million people as of 8.82 na lang po tayo. Samantalang, tinan nyo po, nagliparan ng Singapore ay 3,000 plus per million population. Ang Vietnam naman, 1,300 thereabouts. Malaysia, 845. Tayo na po ang pinakamababa dito sa slide na ito makikita. At syempre naman po, Mr. President, pinagdadasal din natin na yung mga kaso ng mga bansang ito ay bumaba rin for regional security natin, health security. At yan po ang makikita natin, Mr. President, na maayos po yung atin pangangasiwa. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa lahat po ng mga tumulong sa inyo pong leadership at ng inyo pong IATF ay maganda po ang ating mga numero at patuloy na bumababa. At ganoon pa man, tayo po ay mas handa na tumugon kung sakasakaling knock on the wood, Mr. President, wag na sanang tumaas pa ulit ang ating mga kaso.
I'd like to know what brought the numbers down for us.
There are two sources of protection, Mr. President. Yung ating vaccination was the game changer above all.
Well, no, vaccination, no doubt, these countries can well afford to have it.
Bababa din naman yung kanilang kaso. Kasi nauna lang naman tayo na nag-spike noong January, and then our cases started to go down until today. In fact, our reported cases for today sa 700 plus na lang. This is the 5th straight day that we have reported below 1,000 cases per day. So the next reason, Mr. President, is the protection from natural infection, yung natural immunity. Tandaan niyo, Mr. President, we have had about 5 surges already, including the most recent, which is Omicron. And this means marami na rin pong na-infect na ating pong mga kababayan. But luckily, karamihan naman po na infection natin mild. Yung iba nga asymptomatic. And both, in fact, account for about 92 to 94% of all our cases.
Kasi in terms of resources, money, we cannot even have to what Singapore has. Pero makita mo, disiplinado rin yung disciplined society. I mean, more or less better than the others, including the Philippines. Everybody knows that. Malaysia, never mind about Vietnam because wala masyado tayong grasp sa ano nila. Tataka ako, bakit ang Pilipinas pinaka-baba?
Sir, ang isang differentiator natin compared to many of these countries, I should like to believe, is our very good compliance to minimum public health standards, yung masking ng mga Pilipino.
Yes.
Sumusunod talaga, Mr. President. Hindi katulad ng mga iba, ay medyo talagang, lalo na nung mataas na yung mga vaccination rates nila, they just threw caution to the wind. And so I think that is one distinct difference that we have manifested compared to other countries in Southeast Asia. In fact, kung sa Amerika nga, titignan niyo sir, grabe, ang death nila, 1 million. Compared naman, yung pinakamayaman na, the most powerful militarily. And in terms of science, research and development, they're superior. By and large, wala po tayong kalaban-laban. But tayo naman, ang awa ng Diyos, ang ating mortality rate ay mababa as a 1.5%, which is much lower than the global average of about 2.04%. And not only that, Mr. President, yung atin pong mga kaso ay kumpara sa Amerika at even the Western Europe, no? Ang taas ng kanilang caseload, ang taas ng kanilang deaths. Hanggang ngayon, mataas pa rin, Mr. President. And so far, tayo naman, tingin ko maganda po yung inyong leadership, yung pong weekly reminders to the public, and they have seen consistency in your reminders, and they are appreciative by way of a more disciplined compliance with our minimum public health standards. So ito po yung masking, yung lagi niyo pong paulit-ulit na sinasabi, yung ating pong physical distancing, hand hygiene, and all other non-pharmaceutical interventions, Mr. President. So I think this really makes a huge difference compared to the other countries. But confidently, the other countries in Southeast Asia, kahit na nagpipik silang ganon, bababa din po yan. And I think, para po sa lahat, ang concept of new normal will be the realization that the virus will be here to stay, and we must live with the virus. That's the philosophical underpinning that we will have to realize when we usher in the new normal. Ngayon po, as alert level 1 na tayo, hopefully once the ATF defines more definitively the alert level 0, what does it consist of, by and large, yun pa rin po ang ating overarching consideration. The virus will be here to stay, but we will manage. And we have already tested. Meron na tayong acid test or litmus test in the past surges. No? Delta being the most serious of all surges, Mr. President. This happened sometime in August and September. Sa Omicron naman, talagang nakita naman natin, mabilis lang tumaas, mabilis din bumaba, at karamihan mild. And in fact, our severe critical cases are much, much lower or fewer compared to the Delta, Alpha, and Beta surges. So, pati yung ICU natin, makikita natin, sir, ang baba, low utilization, low risk utilization rate. for our ICU beds and all other bed capacities. Mababa din po, Mr. President. So, yan lang po. But can I have the other few more slides just to very briefly go over them para po sa kapakanan ng ating po mga kababayan, Mr. President.
Sige.
Next slide. Tapusin ko lang. Ito na naman, para lang pakita yung prueba na yung ating pong mga metrics na ginagamit, yung growth in cases as a -69 for the Philippines, and then our average daily attack rate is 1 per 100,000 population. For a minimal risk classification, pagka binangga po natin ang average daily attack rate or ADAR and the 2-week growth rate, yan po, minimal. And the rest of the country, lahat, all the regions, no, minimal na po. Ang ating case, ang ating pong health systems capacity, ganun din po. Low risk, minimal to low risk, 19.23% for our total beds utilization, while ICU utilization is at about 27% thereabouts. Noong pong Biyernes, Mr. President, March 4, ginanap naman ang kauna-unahang Healthy Pilipinas Awards for Healthy Communities. Kasama ng ating mga advocacy partners, kinalala natin ang mga proyekto ng mga local government units sa 7 larangan ng health promotion. Ito po ay ang nutrition and physical activity, environmental health, immunization, substance abuse prevention, mental health, sexual and reproductive health, at violence and injury prevention. At para sa taong ito, dinagdagan po natin ang pang-8 kategorya. Ito yung ating COVID-19 response. Sa kabuuan, meron po tayong 120 na mga entry mula sa iba't ibang LGU sa buong bansa para sa awards. At 40 na inisyatiba ng mga ito ang binigyan natin ng parangal. At taus-puso kami nagpapasalamat sa mga lokal na pamahalaan na patuloy na sumusuporta sa ating pong Healthy Pilipinas campaign. Sa inyong dedikasyon, ating pong napapangalagaan ang kalusugan ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino sa pamamagitan ng pagtataguyod ng healthy communities. And finally, Mr. President, gusto ko lang pong ibahagi sa inyo, next slide. Sa kabilang dako naman, ang ating Res Bakuna kasangga ng Bida Campaign nakatanggap po ng Anvil Award mula po sa Public Relations Society of the Philippines. At nagpapasalamat din po tayo sa lahat ng ating mga healthcare workers, ang mga non-governmental, ang national government agencies, LGUs, civil society organizations and development partners, ang mga katuwang sa pribadong sektor, sa mga volunteers, sa ating pong mga kaibigan, sa media, ang ating pong mga taga-suporta sa kanilang tulong para maisakatuparan ang COVID-19 National Deployment and Vaccination Program. Bahagi po silang lahat sa natamong parangal ng DOH sa nagdaan 57th Anvil Awards. Ang parangal na ito po ay hindi lamang para sa DOH, kundi para sa pagsisikap at dedikasyon ng lahat ng ating po mga partners para mabakunahan ng lahat araw o gabi, Sabado o Linggo at mabigyan proteksyon ang bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Marami man ang hinarap at haharapin pa natin balakid at pagsubok, ang isang taon na bakunahan kontra COVID-19 ay patunay sa lakas ng pagkakaisa ng sambayanang Pilipino. Ang tunay na tagumpay ay ang ating pong sama-samang pag-abot ng ating pong target population na mabakunahan. And ika nga, we are only safe and protected if we are all vaccinated. So muli, sa ngalan po ng Department of Health, we deeply express our thanks to everyone who has trusted and are continuously trusting the vaccines. So maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Handa na po akong sumagot sa inyo po.
Salamat, Secretary Duque. Sana you have something to say?
Yes, Mr. President. The figures are very impressive, but also very impressive is the number of deaths per 100,000. I think the Philippines is only around 55 deaths per 100,000, while Western Europe and the US is over almost 300 deaths per 100,000 people. So we have managed the death rate very, very well.
Well, nagtatanong kasi ako kanina because there is no telling that one of these days another vicious virus will visit the country or the world all over. At panibagong ano ito, far different from what we have now. Gusto ko lang malaman na what caused, I said, the numbers to go down because it would come in handy. It would be very important to remember now the days that we allotted the vaccinating program para for the next, just put it at the back of our minds para malaman, we will not be facing the problem. I mean, it would not be us who would face that problem anymore. But the incoming or whoever wins, dapat malaman nila ito na the good practices of the Philippines. Okay, it's quite impressive that given the population compared to the others and knowing how, for example, in Malaysia, in Singapore, they are quite strict, Vietnam, in the observance of the law and regulations. Kaya nga ang tatanong, because in the matter of just wearing the mask, you cannot just ignore it in Singapore nor in Malaysia because you really get arrested. Parang pagbatas, di mo batas talaga. Dito, I appreciate the decorum adopted by our law enforcement. Parang tinatapik lang na wag mo na lang ulitin. Parang ganun. It's not really important. It is important for the compliance of the law. But it's in the mind na minsan ayaw talaga ng iba. Kung hindi naman kailangan sending him to the police station and detaining him. Medyo just for a simple violation like that, I think hindi masyado maganda. So, we have Secretary Galvez now to the updates of vaccination.
As of today, 232.6 million na po ang na-deliver ng various vaccines sa Pilipinas. At meron na po tayo na 136.8 million na po ang ating naiturok sa ating mga kababayan. 63.69 million na Pilipino ang ating fully vaccinated with the primary series. Pero, Mr. President, mababa pa rin po ang total ng boosters po natin na naibigay na humigit kumulang po ng 10.5 million. Sa ating pong pediatric vaccination, meron na po tayong almost 8.6 million doses ang natatanggap ng primary series sa edad na 12 to 17 taong gulang. At ang ating 5 to 11 taong gulang na sektor, meron na po tayo almost 1 million na nabakunahan. At meron po tayo na 3.9 million na doses na dumating at may parating pa po na 6.3 million ngayong buwan. Next slide, please. So dito po, I will show to you yung masyadong dramatic decline ng ating vaccination. And we would like to encourage everybody, talagang medyo bumaba po ng talaga. Since November po, nakita po natin sa November, meron po tayong more or less 27 million na administered na doses. But this February, ang ating pong nabakunahan lang po ay 8.7 million. So napakababa po, talagang lubhang bumaba po ang ating output noong February. With the declaration of Alert Level 1, we have been experiencing saturation point in our vaccination centers with only the pediatric sector that dominates our vaccination site. So yung ating mga vaccination site po talagang karamihan po, bakante po. So we will be needing other strategies to gather more vaccines. Next slide, please. Dahil po dito, magsasagawa po ulit tayo ng isang malawakang vaccination days sa this coming March 10 to 12. Ang target po natin dito ay mapalawak ang pag-booster sa ating eligible sectors from 18 and above. Ito pong hikayatin na bumalik sa na dapat na makareceive ng second dose ay atin pong palalawakin din dahil kasi karamihan po sa mga second dosers natin ay hindi po nakabalik. At ang mga remaining senior citizens and 12 to 17 years old and above, ay kailangan po nating makuha po at ang target po natin na 1.8 million to 2 million ang ating mababakunahan po sa ating gaganapin na 3 days na vaccination days. So ang po natin, ang ating pong inclusion population is 12 years and above. And kailangan po natin talaga yung boosted doses at saka yung individual with due second doses. Yung remaining priority group na ito nga po, itong pinupursige namin na Sec Beans at saka ni Sec Duque, na makuha po natin yung more or less 3 million at another 3 million sa remaining 12 to 17. Ito po ay gaganapin po natin sa buong region, 16 region and also the BARM region. And it will be simultaneously undertaken nationwide. Next slide please. Para po ma-achieve natin ang ating target sa ating National Vaccination Day number 4, tayo po ay muling nakipag-ugnayan sa Philippine Medical Association and other medical professionals para makilahok at mag-mobilize this coming March 12. We will also involve the pharmacies and clinics and we will expand more the numbers of those who are volunteering. We will also direct all government agencies and private sector to vaccinate their government employees and economic frontliners para po ito sa boosters at saka po yung ating mga tawag na mga hindi pa po nakababakunahan. We will also launch with the DOLE yung tinatawag po na job fair in the job sites. And also all the LGUs and DOH regional offices and local health centers to do the house-to-house vaccination. At nagkaroon na po tayo ng series of meetings at saka mga trainings para po ibababa po natin from the LGU vaccination site to the different barangay health centers and other, tinatawag nating other, yung ating mga tinatawag na mga volunteers na pwede pong magbahay-bahay. We also ask DepEd and CHED to continue their aggressive vaccination through back-to-school program. Ito po ay nakita po natin na talagang nire-recommend po ni Secretary Calchua na talagang magkaroon na po tayo ng back-to-school. At yung po ang pinaka-ano po namin, na-recommend po namin na ang DepEd at CHED ay magkaroon po na tinatawag na back-to-school na program. And lastly, we requested DTI and other big establishment to give more incentives to those people with boosters. And lastly, we will again encourage our government agencies, our T3 partners, our private sector, LGUs, itong sa mga eco zones, ang ating AP and PNP to participate in our massive vaccination day on March 10 to 12. Magpa-booster na po tayo. That's all, Mr. President, at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Now it's the turn of Secretary Anyo.
Unang-una po, ang aking iuulat ay ang ating ginagawang granular lockdown nationwide under Alert Level 1 at Alert Level 2. Sa patuloy po na pagbaba ng kaso at sa pagpapatupad ng Alert Level 1 sa 53 LGUs, nakita po natin na lalong buwaba din ang mga areas under granular lockdown. Nakita po na siyam na city or municipality o binubuo ng 24 na barangays lamang ang nagpapatupad ng granular lockdown. At ito po ay 37. Nakita po natin na ang Metro Manila ang may pinakamarami, 31, at 2 naman sa NCR. I mean, 2 po sa NCR, 31 po sa CAR, at 4 sa Region 1. All the rest ay wala na po. So ito ay nakaka-apekto sa 37 households at 47 individuals. In-expect po natin na lalo pang bababa yung mga areas na ito. At nagkaroon po tayo ng assessment sa pagpapatupad ng Alert Level 1. Unang-una po, nagkaroon tayo ng pulong sa mga NCR mayors kagabi. At napag-alaman po natin na maganda po ang ating assessment sa first week ng implementation ng ating Alert Level 1. Patuloy pa rin bumababa ang mga numero ng cases. Pero ang bunga naman ito ay tumaas ang ating mobility, kaya unti-unti namang naramdaman ang mas nagiging traffic na po sa mga areas na to. At nakita rin po namin na binabantayan natin yung mga focus crimes. Medyo tumaas ang index crime, particularly physical injuries at saka theft. At ito ay napansin natin sa mga business establishment na malalapit sa malls. Kaya naman mas marami pang pulis ang ating i-deploy bilang pang paghahanda at maging deterrent sa mga criminals. At nagsasagawa na rin po tayo ng paghahanda para sa 4th National Vaccination Days. So, pinulong na rin natin ang mga LGUs, ang mga governors, ang mga mayors at ang barangay captains. Kaya ready na po tayo rito para mas lalo pang madagdagan ang ating mabakunahan. Lalo-lalo na ang mga natitirang seniors, ang mga kailangang mabigyan ng boosters, at pati po ang mga bata, particularly ang 17 years old and below. Next slide, please. Dito naman po, Mr. President, makikita natin yung pagpapatupad ng mga community health protocols. Ang ating mga violations sa hindi pagsusot ng mask ay bumaba ng 25.36%. So, ibig sabihin po ay talagang sumusunod naman ang ating mga kababayan. Medyo tumaas lang ang conduct ng mass gathering, pero bumaba din naman ang no physical distancing ng 29.14%. Patuloy po nating ipapatupad ang minimum public health standard kasama ang LGUs at ang mga law enforcement para siguradong mabantayan natin na wala nang magkakaroong spike pa sa susunod na mga araw. Next slide. At ito naman sa aking huling ulat, Mr. President, ito po yung ating kinakonduct ng mga anti-illegal drug operations during the pandemic. Makita po natin na nakapagsagawa tayo ng 916 anti-illegal drug operations. Nakapag-aresto tayo ng mga 1,307 na violators. Meron pong 76 na nag-surrender at isa naman ang nasawi sa ating mga police operations. Pero gusto pong ipakita, Mr. President, ay ang biglang paglaki ng ating mga nasamsam na mga illegal drugs. Ito pa ay umabot sa 424,747,925 pesos. Almost kalahating bilyon po. Ikumpara natin po last week na ito ay 159 million lang. So ito po ay maaaring bunga na din ng pagluluwag natin, nagkaroon ng mobility, kumilo sa mga tao at pwedeng samantalahin po ng mga illegal drug traders. Lalo pa na ipaigtingin ng ating mga operation para siguradong hindi mapagsamantalahan ng mga illegal drug operators ang ating pagbaba ng kaso at pagluluwag sa alert level 1. Yan lamang po, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Well, anyway, Art, Secretary Tugade.
Una po, yung rekomendasyon ng DOTR kasama po sa report na naihayag ni Secretary Carl kanina. Ito po yung tatlong bahagi na kung saan sinasabi namin i-release na po yung fuel subsidy na nagkakahalaga ng 2.5 billion. Ito po ang isang proyektong katuwang at kasama namin ang Department of Energy at Department of Budget. Nakikiusap din ho kami na yung service contracting ay i-release na ho yung pondo na nakakahalaga sa 7 million na nakakapaloob ho sa budget ng 2022. Ito ho'y provided na sa budget, kung marirelease ho ito ho'y magbubunga ng tinatawag natin na libreng sakay. Sabihin ko lang ho at this time, yung libreng sakay po last year, ang nakinabang ho dyan 100,000 mga drivers at mga operator. Pero ang malaga ho dyan, ang nakinabang na ridership is 7.2 million. Ang ibig sabihin, talagang pangmalawakan ng pakinabang na ito. Ito ho ay napaloob sa report ni Secretary Carl kanina. Doon ho sa mga project, maraming salamat po Mr. President. talaga hong inaasahan ng ating mga kababayan ang iyong participation upang sa ganyan malaman at malaman nila yung mga ginagawa ng iyong administrasyon. 3 proyekto ho ang aking i-remind ho sana kung pwede sumama kayo. Una po, yung MRT3 inauguration. Ito ho, kung pwede natin gawin ho ito, natapos na ho yung rehabilitation, full rehabilitation ng MRT3 na kung saan talagang mapapalakas na ho natin yung tinatawag na capacity. Pwede na nating abutin from 200,000, pwede nating abutin 400 hanggang 600,000 per day. Ito ho, dati ho, nung nagumpisa kayo, puro aberya ang inabot natin. Katakot-takot na insulto ang inabot ko dyan. Pero itong mga nakaraan, even sa pandemya, wala hong glitches. Kaya kung makakasama po kayo sa inauguration at acceptance ng MRT3 full rehabilitation completion, maganda po yan. Pangalawa ho, yung sinabi ko noong nakaraang meeting, ito ho yung kaakibat ng Bicol Express na kung saan handa na po yung tren gumalaw from Lucena to San Pablo. Ito ho, matagal na nabinbin ang tren dyan, 5 taon. Ito'y pwede na nating gawin ho yan. Ito ho, kadugtong ito ng Bicol Express. Imagine, meron na ho tayo sa Bicol ng Bicol International Airport. Meron ka pang Bicol Express sa Riles. Hindi ho masasabi ng ating mga kaibigan, kababayan sa Bicol na sila'y pinabayaan. Mas bale, binigyan ho sila ng atensyon. Meron ho mga puertong kailangan nating inaugurate. Nabanggit ko ho, yung sa Ilocos Norte, na handa nang inaugurate ito ho yung cruise vessels. Meron din ho, yung mga puerto sa Samar, sa Eastern Samar. Nakikipag-ugnayan ho ako sa OP nang sa ganon, ma-reconcile ho yung mga schedule. Tama ho kayo, Mr. Mayor, tama lang, malaman ng ating mga kababayan yung mga ginagawa sa Riles, sa kalsada, sa aviation, saka sa maritime.
Yung pag-inaugurate mo doon sa Samar, Art, huwag mo kalimutan na imbitahin yung mga NPA. Walang ginawa kung mag-ambos sa sundalo ko. Yayain mo na lang para ako na ang nagyaya. Magkita na lang tayo doon. Walang hulihan. Kasali kay lahat, pati sa kainan.
Will comply, Mayor. Will comply.
One day, respite from fighting. Wala na ginawa itong hindi Samar, ang rami pa rin.
Alam niyo ho, Mr. President, let's walk memory lane. Yung sa completion ng Bicol International Airport, 2 sabotahe inabot ko dyan, 2 sunog. Pero natapos naman natin.
Ayun nga, sabagay. Basta nalaman ng bayan na ginagawa namin lahat ang makakaya namin gawin. Yun lang. Hindi naman kami sabihin na gagawin namin lahat. Basta yung hanggang kaya lang namin sa mga utak sa mga tao dito na nakikita ninyo. So, wala namang I cannot invite you nandyan sa panel. Kung wala kayong pagkain, pasensya na kayo. Dapat nag-sandwich na kayo. Kasi kakain kami dito. Puchero.
Kagaya ng FDA, kakain na rin ako.
Sige. Mga kababayan ko, hanggang dito lang muna. Hindi na ako I have many things to really to convey to you, but pahuli na natin. Pati itong gera between Russia and Ukraine. Hindi namin ito sinasabi kung not so that hindi maalarma yung tao. Pero pinakadelikado ito ngayong nangyayari. Kasi pag may nagkamali dito, pag nabitawan yung mga nuclear warheads, problema talaga. Problema na. At saka baski ngayon nag-umpisa na tayo. Remember, oil. Oil is, alam mo, aywan ko kung paano ginawa ang Diyos ng itong mundo. Kasi yung mga kapitbahay natin, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, may mga oil sila. Tayo, mayroon pa kukunti lang, not enough even to serve a region o 3-4 regions. Ang mayroon tayo gas. Pero yan ang bantayan natin because there is a potential trouble there regarding how we would handle it. Pero ang sinasabi ko lang, at sabihin ko na mabuti pa, marami kasing pumapasok dyan ng mga kontratista. Ay, hindi ko alam kung sino yung gustong umagaw o sino gustong papalit. Pero merong haka-haka na mayroong bagong kumpanya na sila na mag-take over kasi nandyan na. Alam mo, pinaalaala sa akin, hindi ko lang sabihin kung sino, from China, sabi niya, di ba may usapan tayo na joint development yung sa Recto sa Recto Bank. May bagong mga istorya na may papalit na ganun. Alam mo, I can only talk for this time that we are here, administrasyon ko. Bilungan ako ng na huwag ganun. Yung original contracts natin, sundin natin. Ngayon, sabi, magpadala ng sundalo. Sabi ko, wala man kami sinabing padala sundalo. Sabi niya, just in case, magpadala kayo ng sundalo, magpadala rin kami ng sundalo. So, alam mo, yan ang iniiwasan ko noon pa eh. Tapos magkagera tuloy tayo dito, nandoon sa Ukraine, nandyan yung Taiwan, gustong agawin uli ng China. Tapos dito, so many flashpoints. Maraming lugar na may putok. We do not need it. Hindi natin kailangan makipag-away dyan. Sundin lang ninyo kung ano yung pinag-usapan noon. Honor yan eh. It's a matter of honor. We gave our consensual talks. Tapos may written agreement. Pag iniba yan, delikado. So, hindi na mangyari sa akin yan kasi ayaw ko. Ayaw kong ibahin. Kasi yun ang pinag-usapan namin sa panahon ko. Yun lang, just to remind everybody to stay cool, to chill ka lang. It's not not our generation na masusolve natin itong problema sa China. I don't know what the future holds, but I said at this time, relax lang tayo. That's my advice. Para sa lahat, irrespective of now or tomorrow, huwag lang natin, do not tempt the gods and look for trouble that we cannot maybe handle. Mahirapan tayo. Salamat sa inyong lahat.
inilabas ng palasyo ang permadong Republic Act number 11648 na nagtataas ng age of sexual consent para sa statutory rape na mula 12 anyos ito ay ginawang 16 anyos. The United Nations Children's Fund o UNICEF has congratulated the Philippine government for this milestone as it fulfills the children's right to protection.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Matapos ang Sinovac, heto naman ang bakunang AstraZeneca. Sa tulong ng dalawang dalubhasa mula sa Vaccine Expert Panel, kilatisin nating mabuti ang Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine.
I'm Dr. Nina Gloriani and I chair the Vaccine Expert Panel of the Department of Science and Technology. Ito po yung body that evaluates and selects and recommends the vaccines that we will use here in the country.
I'm Dr. Ron-Jean Solante, an adult infectious disease specialist and also member of the Vaccine Expert Panel of the Department of Science and Technology.
AstraZeneca na vaccine ay na-test sa mga 18 years and above. Hanggang mayroon silang actually counting 65 hanggang 70 years old. So 18 years above. So technically mga adults itong pwedeng bakunahan ng AstraZeneca.
Doon sa pagsusuri sa mga eksperto, nakikita nila na pag binibigay yung bakuna between 9 to 12 weeks, mas maganda ang nagiging reaction ng katawan natin in terms of pagbuo ng antibody laban sa COVID-19 virus.
Ayon sa mga eksperto, mula sa isang uri ng unggoy ang main component ng AstraZeneca vaccine. Paano nga ba na-develop ang bakunang ito?
Oxford University, like many universities, then nag-uumpisa kasi mga research, no? So, ginamit nila yung chimpanzee na adenovirus, then in-offer nila sa AstraZeneca. Naging partnership ito. Of course, AstraZeneca is a big pharmaceutical company. So, sila yung may kapasidad para makapag-manufacture. So, kaya naging magandang academic and private partnership. So, ang basehan ng bakuna ay kung gagawa ka ng panangga ng panlaban sa spike, hindi makakapasok yung virus sa katawan. Pag itinurok sa ating katawan, yung sequence na yon ng spike ay magiging spike, ma-express siya as spike proteins at makikita ng ating immune system at lalabanan ito. Ang paglaban ay magpoproduce siya ng mga antibodies o yung mga tinatawag nating T-cells na magiging parang mga sundalo na lalaban dun sa virus pag na-expose tayo dito. So, ganun yung kaniyang how it works, yung AstraZeneca vaccine.
Ang Oxford AstraZeneca ang pangalawang bakuna na nabigyan ng Emergency Use Authorization ng FDA sa bansa dahil na rin sa mataas na efficacy rate nito. Pero ano nga ba ang ibig sabihin ng efficacy?
Protection. Protection against COVID disease or against asymptomatic infection. Kapag nabakunahan ka ba, mapoprotektahan ka ba against the disease or against infection man lang? So, protection ang efficacy.
Unang-una, the efficacy or overall efficacy in the prevention of symptomatic COVID, no? So, nandun siya 70%. Yung efficacy in the prevention of COVID in more than 60 years old, between 70 to 80%. Now, in the prevention of COVID, severe COVID, and at the same time, prevent niya yung hospitalization, 100% siya. Nakikita natin doon sa phase 3 clinical trial, yung vaccine efficacy across age group, across ethnicity, race, and underlying conditions, yung efficacy niya is more than 90%.
Hindi lamang ang biglaang pagtaas ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19 ang ikinababahala ng publiko at kinakaharap ng hamon ng ating gobyerno. Dagdag din dito ang mga mutation o ang bagong variants ng COVID-19. Epektibo nga ba ang bakunang AstraZeneca laban dito?
Banggitin natin itong mga bagong variant, no? Kasi ito yung nakikita natin na magiging threat, no, sa efficacy ng mga COVID vaccine. For AstraZeneca, based doon sa phase 3 clinical trial, they are 74% effective against the UK variant, no? But for the South African variant, no, doon sa study, nagiging 10% lang ang efficacy niya. Gusto ko lang klaruhin, no? Although that 10% efficacy is really low, pero doon sa actual na nabakunahan, ang nangyari, hindi nag-develop ng severe na infection ang nabakunahan. Ang totoo dito, maski mababa ang nakikitang efficacy, pero in actual response doon sa katawan ng mga nabakunahan, protektado pa rin sila against the severe COVID.
Samantala, nilinaw ng Vaccine Expert Panel na ang mungkahi ng FDA na pansamantalang itigil ang paggamit ng AstraZeneca ay hindi nangangahulugang hindi na ito ligtas at epektibo.
Well, muna, pag may serious adverse events, kahit anong bakuna, under the regulatory authorities, kailangan itigil pansamantala para maimbestigahan ang pangyayari kung ito ay maia-ascribe ninyo sa bakuna or due to some other causes. Pangalawa, ang blood clot o yung tinatawag natin sa English, thromboembolic phenomenon, ay natural na nangyayari sa general population na mga may sakit po ng heart disease. May mga ibang bansa, mostly sa Europe, no? Kasi nung nakita nila na after nakatanggap ng bakuna ng AstraZeneca, medyo may mga ngilang kaso na nag-develop ng stroke, no? Because of the blood clot. Pero nung pagsusuri nila after several days, based doon sa data safety monitoring board nila, nakita nila na yung pag-develop ng mga blood clots sa mga nabakunahan was not directly caused by the vaccine. The benefits of the AstraZeneca vaccine far outweigh the risk of the vaccine.
Huwag dapat tayong mabahala dahil sa kasalukuyan, walang naitatala na kaso ng blood clotting sa bansa. Patuloy din ang pagmamonitor ng DOH sa kalusugan ng mga Pilipinong nakatanggap na ng first dose ng AstraZeneca. Napatunayan ng Vaccine Expert Panel na ligtas at epektibo ang bakunang Oxford AstraZeneca laban sa COVID-19.
Ligtas ang AstraZeneca dahil nakita na namin na ang napoproduce dito mga side effects ay yun lang normal na nakikita natin. Napatunayan na sa ilang mga clinical trials all over the world, so at least in 4 big countries, at yung safety profile niya ay natignan na namin kung mabuti. So magagamit natin siya at siya rin po ay hindi lang ligtas, siya po ay epektibo para makaprotect sa COVID-19.
At this point, talagang I would highly encourage our healthcare workers and all those vulnerable population na part of the priority population na pwedeng makatanggap ng bakuna to please have yourself vaccinated.
Nagsimula lamang bilang isang outbreak sa Wuhan, China, ang pandemyang COVID-19 na kinakaharap pa rin hanggang sa ngayon ng buong mundo. Sa paglipas ng panahon at sa patuloy na pagtaas ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, nagkakaroon na rin ng mga bagong variants ang virus mula sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo. Ngunit paano nga ba nagkaroon ng mga bagong variants ang virus na ito? Ang tanong, epektibo pa ba ang mga bakuna laban dito? Sa ngayon,
Umabot na sa mahigit 153 million ang naitatalang kaso ng COVID-19 sa buong mundo. Ayon sa mga eksperto, dahil sa pagdami nito, hindi imposible na magkaroon ng mutations at ma-develop ang mga bagong variants ng coronavirus.
We need to remember that the SARS-CoV-2 virus is an RNA virus, and some amino acids change. They structurally change. These changes sometimes are beneficial to the virus in the sense that it helps its increased transmission.
Yung ating mga viruses at the moment, they multiply, di ba? Mag-replicate yung virus. Hindi siya perfect, nagkakaroon ng mga errors. So itong mga errors, nag-accumulate, nagkakaroon ng mutation yung virus, at nagkakaroon tayo ng variant. Pero gusto ko lang din sabihin na yung pagkakaroon ng mutation ng virus is a normal process sa kanyang replication.
Mayroong dalawang kategorya ang mga variants. Ito ay ang variant of interest at ang variant of concern. Itinuturing na variant of interest ang virus kapag ito ay nakitaan ng kaunting pagbabago sa mga naunang variants. Ngunit wala pang kumpirmasyon kung ito ba ay mas nakakahawa o may epekto sa mga bakuna o gamot.
A variant of interest when we see early changes, but we are not clear what its epidemiological impact is, what its impact will be on treatment and vaccines, and what its impact on transmission is.
Mayroon ding natuklasang bagong variant sa ating bansa. Ito ay ang P3. Ito rin ay natuklasan sa United Kingdom, Japan at iba pang mga bansa. Ngunit ito ay tinuturing pa rin na isang variant of interest.
The P3 variant at this point of time still remains a variant of interest. So because we don't see a clear issue where the P3 variant is recorded either in levels of increased transmissibility or increased severity of disease or other factors that I mentioned. The P3 variant, which is genetically linked to the P1 Brazilian variant, but doesn't seem to have those factors that are associated with the P1 variant, and so we currently consider the P3 variant as a variant of interest and not a variant of concern.
Kapag ang isang variant naman ay kumpirmadong mas nakakahawa o nagiging sanhi ng severe disease o may epekto sa mga bakuna, ito ay maituturing na variant of concern.
In terms of variants of concern naman, ito naman po yung mga variants na sinasabi natin na may mga evidence na merong increased transmissibility or increased pathogenicity or the possibility na parang may immune evasion. Kung baga, pwede silang mag-escape sa mga immune system na na-develop ng tao either through vaccination or through natural infection.
Sa Pilipinas, mayroon ng naitalang ilang variant of concern.
So if we go back to what we have now in the Philippines, we have, through the work carried out through enhanced biosurveillance in the country, detected 3 of the variants of concern that have been identified globally. That is the B117 variant, which was initially detected in September in the United Kingdom. It's the B135 variant, which was initially detected in South Africa a little later, probably October of last year. And it is the P1 variant, which was initially detected in Amazonia in Brazil and Japan. So these 3 variants are variants of concern.
Ayon sa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention o CDC, ang B117 na natagpuan sa United Kingdom ay sinasabing 50% ang kakayahang mas makahawa o magdulot ng mas malalang impeksyon sa katawan. Gayon din ang B1351 na natagpuan sa South Africa. Maaari rin itong makalagpas sa ating immune system at sa ibang mga bakunang ginawa laban dito. At ang P1 naman na natagpuan sa Brazil ay maaari ring makalagpas sa ating immune system at maaaring mabawasan ang efficacy ng mga bakuna laban dito. Ngunit hindi lahat. Nagkaroon ng mga balita na ang ilan sa mga COVID-19 vaccines ay hindi epektibo laban sa ibang mga bagong variants. Dapat ba tayong matakot dito?
Let me be clear, there's no report about it being not effective. The initial study that came out of South Africa was in a very small sample of people. But as I mentioned right at the beginning, the purpose of the vaccine is, at this point of of time to prevent severe disease and death. And from that perspective, the vaccine is still effective.
So, I would like to emphasize to our audience na yung maraming mga vaccines, kung minsan, iba-iba ang range ng kanilang efficacy, di ba? Efficacy, it can range from 10, 20, 50, mayroon namang 95. These are all based on development of mild cases, no? Pero itong mga vaccines that have been approved for vaccination, lahat sila from 90 to 100% are very effective at preventing severe or critical cases.
Kaya naman, kasabay ng pagkalat ng iba't ibang variants, patuloy pa rin ang pagdevelop ng mga bakuna laban sa COVID-19 at sa mga bagong variants nito.
The manufacturers of those vaccines are looking at how they can structurally alter the vaccines to increase their efficacy. And that is also an expected dynamic process that will happen over time. But from what we know now, it's clear that the use of available vaccines is critically more important to protect people from severe disease and death, and that should be our focus at this point of time.
So, in anticipation din na magkakaroon ng mga variants, actually gumagawa na rin itong ating mga vaccine developers ng second generation as well as third generation vaccines na kasi nakikita natin dahil na rin sa global effort na mag-share ng data at ng sequences, nakikita nila na for example, mayroong reduced efficacy because there is a mutation in the E484 or in some other regions of the spike protein. Kaya nagde-design sila ng second generation vaccine. So probably it will be safe to anticipate that we might have to get booster shots in the future.
Ngayon, upang mapigilan ang pag-mutate ng virus, kinakailangan ding mapigilan ang pagkalat nito sa pamamagitan ng pagsunod sa minimum public health standards. Dahil kapag ating napigilan ang transmission ng virus, nawawalan din ito ng pagkakataong mag-mutate.
So the secret is that we limit that opportunity for mutations occur by doing early control wherever transmission is. Because if we limit the transmission, the opportunities for mutation and new variants occurring becomes less. So this should be our approach anywhere. That's why we say that even if you are vaccinated, you still need to wear your mask. You still need to follow the minimum public health standards, because what we know is that if you get the vaccine, you will not get severe disease and you will not die.
Of course, paigihin natin talaga yung vaccination. We really have to, it's a race, no? Vaccination is a race. We have to win over these variants and over this virus. So we really have to double time on our vaccination. Kaya kung may oportunidad tayo magpa-vaccinate, grab it.
Kinikilala po natin ang napakahalagang papel ng ating mga kababaihan, hindi lamang sa ating mga tahanan, kundi pati na rin ang kanilang kontribusyon sa ating lipunan. Kaya naman, sa unang taon pa lamang ng Duterte administration, isa sa unang polisiyang kanyang itinaguyod ay ang karapatan ng kababaihan.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Here are the top stories for today, March 8, 2022. President Rodrigo Duterte appeals to the next administration to honor the country's commitment to the joint oil exploration with China, saying he does not want the Philippines to be embroiled in a conflict. The Energy Department assures there is no oil supply problem in the country in the midst of skyrocketing prices seen to produce a domino effect on the prices of basic goods and other commodities. The chief executive wants the continuity of good COVID-19 control practices by the next government. The Philippines is also gearing up for the 4th massive vaccination drive as part of sustaining the gains against the pandemic. And the Philippines joins the world in recognizing the role of women in nation building and development of society in observance of International Women's Day. Good day, I am William Theo. Welcome to the PNA Newsroom. President Rodrigo Duterte has appointed a new chief and 2 commissioners of the Commission on Elections. In a press briefing today, PCOO Secretary Martin Andanar confirmed the appointment of Saidamen Balt Pangarungan as ad interim chairperson of the poll body. Pangarungan previously served as Secretary of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. Meanwhile, George Erwin Garcia and Amy Torrefrancha Neri are appointed as ad interim COMELEC commissioners, replacing retired commissioners Rowena Guanzon and Antonio Co. Jr. President Rodrigo Duterte says he does not want the Philippines to be involved in any conflict amid Russia's invasion of Ukraine and China's claims in Taiwan. In his talk to the people last night, the president says to avoid a possible conflict with China, the next administration must honor the country's commitment to the proposed joint oil exploration with China in the West Philippine Sea. He said although the Philippines and China may not be able to have a peaceful resolution to the sea route during his administration, what mattered now is to remain calm amid the crisis. The Philippines and China have not yet reached an agreement when it comes to joint exploration activities for oil and gas at the diplomatically strained sea. Philippine and Chinese officials are still in the process of fleshing out possible details of any joint exploration venture.
So, alam mo, yan ang iniiwasan ko noon pa eh. Tapos magkagera tuloy tayo dito, nandoon sa Ukraine, nandyan yung Taiwan, gustong agawin uli ng China. Tapos dito, so many flashpoints. Maraming lugar na may putok. We do not need it. Hindi natin kailangan makipag-away dyan. Sundin lang ninyo kung ano yung pinag-usapan noon. Honor yan eh. It's a matter of honor. We gave our consensual talks. Tapos may written agreement. Pag iniba yan, delikado. So, hindi na mangyari sa akin yan kasi ayaw ko. Ayaw kong ibahin. Kasi yun ang pinag-usapan namin sa panahon ko. Yun lang, just to remind everybody to stay cool, chill ka lang. It's not our generation na masosolve natin itong problema sa China. I don't know what the future holds, but I said at this time, relax lang tayo.
Meanwhile, President Duterte said he is considering calling for a special session of Congress to discuss the recommendations of his economic team to mitigate the impact of the Russia-Ukraine crisis on the Philippine economy.
To shift to alert level 1 at the soonest possible time for the entire country and open all the schools for face-to-face learning to increase our domestic economy and offset the external risk. To increase fuel subsidy program for public utility vehicles from the already announced 2.5 billion to 5 billion. So we will double the subsidy. And the first tranche will be given in March and the second tranche in April. Is to increase our buffer stock of petroleum from the current 30 to 45 days. To provide additional fuel vouchers for agricultural producers. And we will increase the budget from 500 million to 1.1 billion. The first tranche we will give in March, the second tranche in April.
The Department of Energy assures the public that the Philippines has enough supply of fuel products. During a fuel crisis ad hoc committee hearing at the House of Representatives, Energy Undersecretary Gerardo Erguiza said the fuel crisis problem lies with the rising prices. On the issue of subsidy for the transport sector, LTFRB Chairman Martin Delgra said the 2.5 billion pesos fuel subsidy program is already in place and just needs funds to be downloaded from the Department of Budget and Management. Meanwhile, House Ways and Means Committee Chair Joey Salceda reminded the panel there is a legal framework to subsidize not just the jeepney operators, but also the UV Express, taxis, tricycles, and habal-habal. Salceda also said an estimated 75.2 billion pesos in revenue from value-added tax and oil excise could be used to alleviate the current crisis. He proposed another option, which is the Katas ng Train package, similar to the Arroyo administration's Katas ng VAT program. House Committee on Economic Affairs Chair Representative Sharon Garin said, while the incessant oil price hike for the past 2 months is inevitable due to the ongoing geopolitical tensions, the government is working towards finding solutions to help cushion the impact of the crisis. The panel would also recommend in their report to conduct a special session in light of the current fuel crises. The Department of Trade and Industry and other government agencies are looking for ways to ensure enough supply and stable prices amid rising oil prices. In a Laging Handa briefing, Trade and Industry Undersecretary Ruth Castello said the department is looking into stockpiling of frozen pork and chicken from local sources.
No, Yusek, we encourage that mag-stockpile. Actually, pinag-uusapan namin na dito sa DTI na kung pwede na tayong mag-stockpile ng agricultural products like yung frozen pork at frozen meat, mga imported siya, and chicken. Marami tayong poultry supply dito, pero pwede tayo nang mag-umpisang mag-stockpile. For manufactured food products naman, Yusek, ang supply inventory kasi ang stock inventory kasi ng retailers and manufacturers natin would last for like between 30 to 90 days. So iba-ibang produkto yan, merong 35 days, may 45 days, may 60 days, abot hanggang 90. So far, kung impact ng presyo ng fuel ang pag-uusapan natin, especially because of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, hindi pa po siya dapat makaapekto dun sa mga existing inventory na natin.
Moreover, Castello assures prices and supply of basic necessities and prime commodities in the country are stable amid the circulating price hike rumors.
Yung mga products covered under the Price Act, USEC, ang Department of Health, ang Essential Medicine, ang Department of Agriculture, lahat ng agricultural products, whether fresh or frozen, sa DTI po, manufactured food products at meron ding mga ilan na non-food. Ang mga basic natin, tinapay, kasama yan, coffee, processed milk, kasama ang instant noodles, kasama ang canned sardines. Ang prime commodities natin are canned meat, kasama rin ang kandila, even detergent soap, Yusek, kasama yan as prime commodity. So, itong mga produkto na to, yung talagang binabantayan natin sa DTI.
The House of Representatives is looking at all possible options to cushion the impacts of rising oil prices. Speaker Lord Alan Velasco said the Congress is on standby in the event President Rodrigo Duterte calls for a special session in suspending or reducing fuel excise taxes. Velasco said he expects the Fuel Crisis Ad Hoc Committee to fully assess the economic impact of the drastic increase in oil prices and come up with recommendations on how the government can address the problem at the soonest possible time. 3 groups of Filipino evacuees from war-torn Ukraine along with their dependents arrived in Manila on Sunday, March 6. The Department of Foreign Affairs said the latest arrivals came from the capital city of Kiev and other areas in the western part of Ukraine. The first group, consisting of 4 Filipino adults, 3 Filipino-Ukrainian children with their 3 Ukrainian mothers, arrived in the afternoon via a Qatar Airlines flight. The second group of 2 Filipino adults, a Filipino-Ukrainian child and his Ukrainian mother, arrived in the evening. Meanwhile, the third group consists of 3 Filipinos who arrived in Manila on their own arrangements. The Philippine Honorary Consulate General in Kyiv assisted the evacuees in traveling from Kyiv to the western Ukrainian city of Lviv, while the Philippine Embassy in Warsaw provided for their transportation, accommodation, and meals. The embassy also made arrangements for their travel documents and visas, RT-PCR tests, and their eventual flights to Manila. Meanwhile, Russia says it would declare a temporary ceasefire in the Ukrainian cities of Kyiv, Mariupol, Kharkiv, and Sumy to ensure evacuations of civilians. According to a statement by the Interdepartmental Coordination Center for Humanitarian Response in Ukraine, the humanitarian conditions in these Ukrainian cities have extremely deteriorated. The humanitarian corridor will be monitored via unmanned aerial vehicles. Russia demands that Ukraine fulfill all conditions for the creation of humanitarian corridors in specified directions and ensure the organized exit of civilians as well as foreign nationals. The UN Refugee Agency says more than 1.5 million people have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries. The French Navy has expressed willingness to work with its Philippine counterparts at sea. In his courtesy call to Philippine Navy Chief Vice Admiral Adeluis Bordado, Rear Admiral Jean-Mathieu Ray of the French Armed Forces in the Asia-Pacific said they are ready to work with the Philippine forces at sea. Ray also stressed the need to protect and defend the freedom of navigation in the Philippine waters, including the West Philippine Sea. Among the highlights of the visit were talks on maritime security, protection of natural resources at sea, and possible future exercise engagements. More provinces highlight the importance of women through various projects in line with the celebration of Women's Month. The details from Leid Cabagani.
In La Union, a government-owned drug treatment facility is eyeing the establishment of a residential program for women patients by the last quarter of the year. This will be at the San Fernando La Union Treatment and Rehabilitation Center. Chief Administrative Officer Raymond Basbas said once the dormitory is finished, it can cater to over 100 residential female patients. Basbas said residential clients undergo therapeutic community programs for 6 to 12 months and aftercare monitoring for 18 months. He further urged those struggling with addiction to undergo rehabilitation. Meanwhile, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao launched its 5 fatwa or religious rulings on gender-based violence. The Bangsamoro Darul Ifta and Bangsamoro Women Commission officially signed the religious rulings that focus on violence against women, wife desertion and abandonment, husband forcing sexual relations with his wife, rape, and human trafficking. In Legazpi City, Albay, at least 100 officers and members of their Women's Federation were trained on making a liniment oil and balm. This is part of the livelihood programs of the local government aimed at giving their members additional knowledge that they can use to increase their daily income. After the training, women were also given vegetable seedlings and fertilizers for their backyard gardening. President Rodrigo Duterte meanwhile joins the country in celebrating International Women's Day. He says he is proud of the Philippines' distinction as a shining beacon of gender equality and women empowerment in the world. He urges everyone to come together in building a country where no one is left behind and everyone has the capacity to succeed. For the PTV Newsroom, I'm Leid Cabagani.
The United Nations Children's Fund, or UNICEF, lauded the Philippine government for passing a law increasing the age of sexual consent from 12 years old to 16 years old. This means making sexual activity with those below 16 are now considered statutory rape. President Rodrigo Duterte signed Republic Act 116481, or the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation and Discrimination Act on Friday. UNICEF Philippines Representative Oyun Saikan Dev Norov congratulated the Philippine government for the legislative milestone, saying the passage of this legislation is an essential step towards fulfilling children's rights to protection from sexual violence, abuse, and exploitation, regardless of their sex, orientation, and gender identity and expression. She also lauded both chambers of the House of Representatives for heeding strong evidence and creating a more robust child protection legal framework. Still to come, the Philippines targets to inoculate another 1.8 million people in the 4th Bayanihan Bakunahan Drive. And the Labor Department says the law on a 4-day work week is now up to the next Congress. Details ahead. Keep it here on the PNA Newsroom. President Rodrigo Duterte on Monday urged the next administration to adopt the good practices that are currently being implemented by the government in the fight against COVID-19. Duterte made this remark after Health Secretary Francisco Duque III attributed the decrease in COVID-19 infections in the country to vaccination, natural immunity, and compliance with minimum public health standards. The president said, in case another health crisis happens in the future, the country's current practices may come in handy. Duterte thanked disciplined Filipinos for helping bring COVID-19 cases down by getting vaccinated and observing health protocols. He also expressed appreciation for the decorum adopted by law enforcers in implementing rules. Last month, Duterte said, seeing the majority of the Filipino population fully vaccinated will make him happy when he steps down from office. He urged the residents of various areas that are still lagging in their vaccination drive to avail of the free jabs. The government is targeting to administer up to 1.8 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines in the 4th National Vaccination Day from March 10 to 12. The Philippines received on Monday over 3.9 million doses of Pfizer vaccines on Monday from the U.S. government through the COVAX facility. National Task Force Against COVID-19 consultant Maria Paz Corrales reiterated the government's target to inoculate 70 million Filipinos by March and a total of 90 million by June. She also encouraged the public to get their booster shots. She added that focus will be given to senior citizens since they are more vulnerable to the virus. Corrales also reminded the public not to forget the vaccination for those 5 to 11 years of age, as well as those aged 12 and above. The Department of Health, meanwhile, said 70% of the country's target population has been vaccinated against COVID-19. In its latest case bulletin, the DOH also reported 74.2% of the senior citizens have been inoculated against the disease. For the period from March 1 to 7, the DOH logged 6,297 new cases, while the average daily cases for the recent week is 899, or 30% lower than the new infections reported on February 22nd to 28. As for the deaths due to COVID-19, the DOH reported 615 fatalities from March 1 to 7. 4 cities in Luzon have been classified as very low risk for COVID-19. These are cities with negative growth rates in new infections. The Octa Research Group identified the 4 highly urbanized cities as Angeles in Pampanga, Dagupan in Pangasinan, Lucena in Quezon, and Olongapo in Zambales. Aside from lower growth rates, attack rates, and the number of cases in these 4 cities are lower as well. The healthcare utilization rate of the 4 cities is also classified as very low, ranging from only 1% to 19%. Meanwhile, Metro Manila, Baguio City, Naga City, and Santiago were at low risk. Puerto Princesa remained at moderate risk due to the very high testing positivity rate. 4 areas in Cebu province may be placed under alert level 1 as more elderly Cebuanos there are able to get vaccinated against COVID-19. More on this and other news from the provinces from Chris Mundo.
4 out of 9 local government units in Metro Cebu are qualified for the escalation of quarantine restrictions for its high vaccination rate among senior citizens. Mandaue City reported a 91% vaccination rate, Minglanilla 80%, Talisay City 77%, and Cordova 73%. Under Alert Level 1, indoor-outdoor events are allowed at a total capacity and everyone can have intra-zonal and interzonal travels consistent with minimum public health standards. Region 7's Bohol, Cebu Province, Cebu City, Lapu-Lapu City, Mandaue City, and Negros Oriental are under Alert Level 2 until March 15. Meanwhile, the Department of Health in Bicol Region is sure it can reach its target to inoculate over 138,000 children under the government's routine immunization program against vaccine-preventable diseases in the region. Dr. Monray Isaiah Mansilla, Regional Medical Coordinator, said the dedication and hard work of health workers as well as the help of local government units boosted their goal to immunize more children. He encouraged parents to take advantage of the immunization programs given by the agency and make sure to complete vaccines needed to boost their children's health. In Negros Oriental, the number of COVID-19 cases has dropped to a significant low level from a surge early this year, despite the province being tagged as a poor performer in its vaccination rollout for senior citizens. Assistant Provincial Health Officer Dr. Leland Estacion said, despite this development, the province will remain under Alert Level 2 unless it can reach its vaccination target for senior citizens. The province's target for A2 sector or senior citizens is 133,000. Estacion said unless the interagency task force will change their guidelines on community quarantine classifications, there is no chance for Negros Oriental to be under Alert Level 1. For the PNA Newsroom, I'm Chris Mundo.
The Department of Labor and Employment said the passage of a law enforcing a 4-day work week is now up to the next Congress. Labor Assistant Secretary Maria Teresita Cucueco said the 4-day work week has issues that need to be checked alongside the labor code. She hopes that the next Congress will tackle the proposal. Back in 2017, the House of Representatives approved House Bill 6152, which will allow employees to have a compressed 4-day work week.
Yusek, actually, ang Senate at ang Congress ay nagkaroon na ng mga hearings tungkol dito. Hindi lang ho siguro na nabigyan kasi marami hong mga detalye dito sa 4-day work week na kailangan din natin tingnan maigi. Dahil sa labor code, may mga guidelines ho tayo sa the work that must be done. So, pero naisulong na po ito yung mga proposal for this work. And let us see in the next Congress kung may batas na ho na mangyayari tungkol dito po.
Up next, it's the turn of some Bicolanos to greet a brighter future through the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program. And the Civil Service Commission has a new chairperson. We're back after a quick break. Stay with the PNA Newsroom.
Nais mo bang bumalik at magsimula ng panibagong buhay sa inyong probinsya? May solusyon dyan. Bisitahin ang balikprobinsya.ph upang mag-apply. Pero ano nga ba ang Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program o mas kilala bilang BP2? Ang programang ito ay binuo ng gobyerno mula sa EO 114 na naglalayong matugunan ang lumulobong populasyon at pagsikip ng mga residential area sa NCR. Layunin rin ng BP2 na makapagbigay ng pantay na oportunidad sa mga Pilipinong magbabalik probinsya. Ligtas at libre kang makakabalik sa inyong probinsya sa tulong ng BP2. May kasama pang tulong pinansyal at oportunidad para makapagsimula ng pangkabuhayan. Bagong pag-asa ang hatid ng Balik Probinsya program. Kaya naman ano pang hinihintay mo? Mag-register na sa balikprobinsya.ph.
Tired of renting in Manila all her life with her meager earnings, a massage therapist has availed of the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program to go back to Albay with her 81-year-old mother and 2 children. Marita Mawahe has the story.
31 individuals consisting of 7 families will finally be able to go back to their home province in Bicol after months of waiting as the Balik Probinsya Bagong Pag-asa program resumes dispatch. On Monday, the beneficiaries bound for Albay arrived at the BP2 depot in Agham Road in Quezon City to have their COVID-19 swab test and undergo dispatch procedures. This is to make sure that they are negative of COVID-19 before they are sent back to Bicol. Fekamata Vinoya, 47 years old, says she is going home to the province with her 81-year-old mother and her 2 children. She said that he has grown tired of renting a house in the city all her life.
Kung wala pa naman kaming lupa o yung sakahan, baka mag-aano kami ng mga yung mga sangla na lupa, kami mag-aano. Tapos doon kami magtatanim. Tapos kung pwede makuha sa kalahati o sa pagbebenta ng pakwan, doon namin ipupul yung bayad. At least kahit pa paano, may masasabi kaming amin na pinaghirapan talaga namin. At least hindi na kami po mangungupahan doon sa amin.
She said that she can finally be able to look after her old mother and her daughter without worrying every time she leaves for work, like their case in Manila. She said that whatever and however she strives here, they really can't improve their life because a big part of her meager salary as a massage therapist is spent for house rent, and whatever is left is spent for food and other needs. While she has little knowledge about planting, Vinoya is hopeful that the government can help her acquire the skills. Upon settling in Albay, Vinoya said she would get into planting fruits like watermelon on their land.
May programa na naman po na yung magti-training ka.
Okay.
Ayun po. Yun po rin yung inaasahan namin na matuturuan din kami ng mas maganda. Kung ano po yung namin, yung gusto namin i-negosyo, kung anong gusto namin na maging sa probinsya, pwede daw naman po namin ma-avail yun.
The BP2 program is an initiative of the national government created to address the congestion in Metro Manila's urban areas. Government agencies guide the beneficiaries throughout this transition by providing additional support and incentives on transportation, livelihood, family needs, subsistence, education, housing, and others. For the PNA Newsroom, I am Marita Muaje.
The Department of Labor and Employment, or DOLE, has granted emergency employment assistance to some 711 informal sector workers in Negros Occidental affected by Typhoon Odette. DOLE 6 Director Sixto Rodriguez has directed the field offices to fast-track the emergency employment assistance through the TUPAD, or Tulong Panghanap Buhay sa Ating Disadvantaged or Displaced Workers. Each beneficiary received 3,950 pesos in total wages for a 10-day work, such as clearing of typhoon-hit areas plus insurance coverage. Rodriguez said the wages can be used by the workers to buy materials to repair their homes or for their basic needs. Aside from providing emergency assistance to Typhoon Odette victims, the agency is also implementing the TUPAD and other programs for qualified and deserving members of the informal sector. The Presidential Communications Operations Office, or PCOO, has officially launched its own anti-corruption committee to curb corruption within its agencies. The PCOO announced its partnership with the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission to create its own ACC under the government's project Kasangga Aksyon Laban sa Korupsyon. The public may reach the agency's Complaint Action Center through a hotline, help desk, or email. The ACC was also tasked to coordinate with agencies, bureaus, and other instrumentalities to implement and promote anti-corruption measures, policies, and programs. PCOO Undersecretary for Administration and Legal Affairs Marvin Gatpaya chair the ACC, while Assistant Secretary for Media Relations Florentino Loyola Jr. will serve as Vice Chair. Gatpaya expressed confidence that the partnership between the PCOO and PACC would help elevate the fight against corruption. PCOO Secretary Martin Andanar, meanwhile, enjoined PCOO officials and members to play part in contributing to social and political change and reform. Acting Presidential Spokesperson Carlo Nograles has been named chairperson of the Civil Service Commission. CSC Commissioner Eileen Lizada earlier confirmed Nograles' appointment. Malacanang has yet to release Nograles' appointment papers. A live stream from state-run RTVM showed Nograles' oath-taking as CSC chair before President Rodrigo Duterte at Malacanang Palace. Nograles replaced Alicia de la Rosa Bala, who retired on February 2nd at the end of her 7-year term. If his appointment is confirmed, he will be CSC chairperson until 2029. Nograles co-chairs the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases and chairs the Task Force on Zero Hunger. He is also Vice President of PDP Laban, which Duterte chairs. The new government center in Lambunao is expected to set the standard for environment-friendly infrastructure in Iloilo Province. The 67 million peso government center contains so-called green components which help save energy, block off direct sunlight, and provide natural ventilation and lighting to reduce carbon footprint. The two-story building also has a roof deck that allows for a majestic view of Lambunao. The government center was conceptualized in 2016 and was completed on February 22 and inaugurated on Friday. Former mayor and now board member Jason Gonzalez said the people were involved in the designing and construction. He said the features and the glass walls in the building's interior signify transparency, respect for their contributions to the community, and an understanding of inclusiveness in governance. Let's take another look at today's biggest stories. President Rodrigo Duterte appeals to the next administration to honor the country's commitment to the joint oil exploration with China, saying he does not want the Philippines to be embroiled in a conflict. The Energy Department assures there is no oil supply problem in the country in the midst of skyrocketing prices seen to produce a domino effect on the prices of basic goods and other commodities. The chief executive wants the continuity of good COVID-19 control practices by the next government. The Philippines is also gearing up for the fourth massive vaccination drive as part of sustaining the gains against the pandemic. And the Philippines joins the world in recognizing the role of women in nation building and development of society in observance of International Women's Day. As Filipinos, we all have a vital role to play in preventing the spread of COVID-19. So remember, wear your face masks and face shields, wash your hands often, practice safe physical distancing, go out only for essential reasons, and get vaccinated as soon as possible to protect ourselves, our families, and the community. Together, we can beat COVID-19. Thank you for watching another episode of the PNA Newsroom. For more news content, check our webpage or log on to the Philippine News Agency's Facebook and Twitter accounts. For more stories about the government and how it serves Filipinos, look for these hashtags in all of our social media platforms and websites. We are shown on the pages of the PCOO and its attached agencies. Also, watch us on television on PTV4 and IBC 13. And that's your daily dose of the biggest stories that you need to know. From the PNA Newsroom, we tell stories that inspire change. I am William Theo. Good day, everyone.
Salamat sa panahong binibigay. Salamat sa malasakit mong tunay. Kasama mo kami sa bawat laban. Asahan mong di ka namin iiwan. Dahil sa inyo nabubuhay ang pag-asa. Para sa inyo tayo ay sama-sama. Habang nilalaan ang buhay mo, iisipin kong ang buhay mo ay buhay ko. Asahan mong di ka namin iiwan. Kasama mo sa bawat habang, pagkat tayo ay iisa lamang. Ang buhay mong inaalagaan mong nilalaan, buhay mo ay buhay ko. Dahil sa inyo nabubuhay ang pag-asa, para sa inyo tayo ay sama-sama. Habang nilalaan ang buhay mo, iisipin ko ng buhay mo ay buhay ko. Asahan mong di ka namin iiwan, kasama mo sa bawat hakbang. Pagkat tayo ay iisa lamang, ang buhay mong inaalagaan, ang buhay mong nilalaan, buhay mo ay buhay